Do you ever get a Jones to play something you haven't played in a long time? Well, I have a SimCity 2013 Jones. It's been nagging at me for days. So I reinstalled it from the EA app, but I'm not sure that I'm happy about that. It's a madness, I tell you, a madness. It's going to consume up entirely too much of my time. You see all this fancy stuff they're displaying in this intro teaser? Well, I always seem to implode before I ever get to the fancy future stuff. I think I develop too fast, get too impatient, get a little too crazy with trying some things. So my Jones wants me to try to take it a bit slower on the development and pay close attention to the basics of population growth and basic resource demands. I want to try to get multiple cities working together, buying and selling resources and goods, then work up to regional transportation, then work up to all the future fancy stuff, and then maybe even, finally, create one of the great works. Now, that all sounds good right now, but I'm not sure how it's going to go this time around. Anyway, I got the SimCity Jones, I tell you. The Jones! And it's a madness.
It is. It absolutely is a madness.
You know what else is a madness? Is when I go to switch screens and the game's not showing up. Where are you, SimCity? SimCity. SimCity, where are you? Just black screen. What did I do now? Of course, it's always something. Turn that off. What did I do now? I doubt it's because I didn't start this thing in start OBS in administrative mode. But heck, you never know. It's always something. Well, let me try to stop the stream and restart. Yeah, that's all it was. For whatever reason, if I don't start OBS in administrative mode, things don't want to show up. I don't know. Go figure. Hey, so today I got up and I started scanning the the main menu as you do, or the main homepage, your main homepage on YouTube. Okay, and I'm seeing a lot of posts going up today declaring The Sims is dying, dead. The Sims is a dead end. Not that there haven't been posts like that for a lot, but they're starting to increase in frequency. And I think there were just 2 today, or more. I haven't checked recently. But yeah, The Sims is dying or dead. The Sims is a dead end. Life Sims are dead. The Sims 4 has failed Life Sims. The Sims 3 was better. They were smarter. And all the reasons that people feel that Maxis has dropped the ball and not delivering the goods. So along with those, a stream of wants and demands for The Sims that sound a lot to me like what we want for The Sims is SimCity, Streets of SimCity, SimCopter, SIMTOWER, Society, SPORE. We want smarter Sims again. We want our Sims to matter. We want the world to be more alive. Young lady posted one today. When I go live, the world isn't alive anymore. It used to be alive in The Sims 3. And now the world is dead. Yeah, they switched to a different engine. Then they told us a bunch of excuses. Well, we just can't make the AI that smart anymore. It takes up too much memory, and computers weren't good enough back then. Well, what's the problem today? That's not a problem anymore. So surprisingly, or in my opinion, that's exactly what the creator of MAXIS and EA promised to deliver to the community after SimCity 2000 was released in the late 90s. That SimCity would have The Sims, that we could have Streets of SimCity, SimCopter, Sim this, and everything would tie into one another, and we could have this amazing sim world, right? And all these really great ideas, they all end up getting kicked to the curb, and after 30 years, we've got nothing. Bupkis. So yeah. They never did. They never did bring it all together. They still have it. As a matter of fact, SimCity and all the other titles are kind of dead at the moment. There are no new SimCities. There are no new Streets of SimCity, SimCopter, SimTOWER, Sim this, Sim that, SPORE. Nothing. Gone. And now everybody in the Sims community is like, we want this. We want cars. We want to fly around. We want to go driving around. We want our actions to matter. We want our Sims to matter. We want there to be an economy. We don't feel like, the world is alive. Nothing matters. It's just, now it's an even dumbed down version of a great dollhouse. What did she say? What did she say? I left my cousin on the couch, came back like 2 days later, and he's still sitting there in the same clothes he was wearing. So now after 30 years, it seems to all be coming back to haunt EA and MAXIS. Potentially, they're about to be carved off the Pantheon and thrown down into the mud by all the people that have praised them over the years and waited for them to deliver the good stuff. Because, if they're not going to do it, well, somebody else is. And we see every day out there, small, independent, 1, 2, 3 person design developer companies just kicking ass, creating some of the best stuff ever. So, MAXIS and EA, they either, how do I say this? Intentionally or unintentionally, they have been making bad decisions for 30 years. And they allow the Sims to be split off into its own thing rather than letting them tie into SimCity and all the other Sim titles that could have seemingly delivered and potentially still can deliver the, quote, bigger picture, unquote, gameplay experiences the Sims community is now wanting. So yeah, I do believe wholeheartedly that the SimCity can save the Sim franchise. Pardon me, what's...
Two.
Oh my goodness, of course I'm gonna have a big old sneeze right at the start of live stream. So, if you're tuning back in and you're looking at this, you're like, wait a minute, that doesn't look like what you were doing the last time I saw you playing, and you were all 5 more minutes, Turkish, 5 minutes. No, you're right. No, I decided to try something else again. And so the problem I've been having is I have not been able to get Sims to commute. And like, well, it seems that they don't really want to commute until you have well-developed cities. I mean, some will commute, and some do. But as far as, mass commuting, no, not really. It hasn't happened. I have failed and failed and failed and failed to get things going, and imploded and imploded and imploded. Just trying to work out getting them to commute. So I'm not saying I've given up on that, but it's not my priority right now. So my priority is just, okay, well, get these cities going, and let's really pay attention to trade this time. Okay, so you'll see over here, really paying attention to trade this time, something you haven't seen me do yet. And that's lay down the trade depot. A large trade depot. So this large trade depot, trade port, has, not that we need it right now, but bins for large capacity holding areas for oil, for coal, for ore, for alloy. Let's see, alloy Let's see. What do we have here? That one's for alloy. This one's for ore. That one's for coal. This one's for plastic. And that's freight shipping. Okay. If you look on the back side of this port, we also have the rail. It's got we've got this mechanism here that I laid down, which allows you to ship all these goods over your rail. Okay. Got one coal plant going on over here. Try to make a little extra cash on the side. Have to put down little trade ports. Probably don't need this now. This is probably redundant, but I'm going to keep them out here. Got 2 more trade ports. That one's just for freight. This one's just for freight and ore. We have lots of freight being made, and even though we have the huge trade port, this one's filling up and dumping a lot. They need a place to... All these businesses need a place to send their freight when they make... all these industries need a place to get rid of it so they don't get sad and they stay operational. So giving them plenty of places to put that. Our coal plant is currently working pretty much just to keep it going, but whenever this coal bin fills up here, they start taking all the excess over to the trade port and I'm selling it. Mostly all of this is being used locally whenever the coal power plant needs topping up. And you can see we've got quite a bit of coal. Not that we're not going to run out, but we've got a lot of coal. I'm not even into the good stuff yet. I'm just out in the periphery with just one little unit, one mine shaft or whatever. And that's enough to keep that thing operational. And again, I'm not in a hurry to, get into the deep, rich areas of the coal. All this gray area, all that on the periphery, it's all mineable, so, no hurry there. Got a recycled plant down here, which is just now, I just put it down now, a little behind. That is starting to gather plastics and alloys to sell. So I've discovered that plastics and alloys is pretty much one of the few truly sustainable resources in SimCity 5 2013, whatever you want to call it. So we can run out of coal, we can run out of oil, we can run out of ore. Sims produce trash. And what doesn't go to an educated Sims recycle. So what doesn't go to the trash, we will end up, as long as there are Sims, they're going to be creating trash and they're going to be throwing out plastic and they're going to be throwing out little alloys. And those can be used to actually make bigger things, better things like processors and consumer electronics. But right now, I really don't, I'm not too concerned about that. Because again, I'm not going to ever run out of plastics and alloys. Just a matter of getting the recycle place set up and a place to send those and sell them. Okay. So, I have spent all of my money getting all this up and running. And we're losing $70 an hour. But I can fix that real quick. Just tip the scales a little bit. Back, add a couple more people for now. Even if I have to take all these people out later, I've been so concerned with, okay, well, let's develop one little group and not that wasn't educational. That we didn't learn something from developing one tile at a time and realizing just how many people you get when the density increases, right? So right now I've got everything and I'm keeping it down to dirt roads. Get out of here. This view. Okay, so I've got everything on dirt roads right now because I don't want anything expanding. I just want enough people developing the city to make the money and to be able to afford what I need to afford right now. And I don't care if all this gets destroyed. You know, and as I'm figuring out what I need, or an avenue here, or turn this into this, and so I'm not concerned about destroying things. I don't want to be, oh, I can't, or I want to lock anything in right now. I want to keep it flexible and loose, but make sure that there's enough people out there to cover my bills. And I've got like a 12% tax rate going at the moment. So like this right here, I'm going to go ahead and throw down a whole nother row of people, and they're expendables. They're just there to make sure that I have a positive money flow right now while I'm working out my design thoughts on the city. But again, so I have enough to get everything I need going. All right, and I'm doing this. What are we in here? We're in October of year 1. I spent a little too much time, fell asleep in one of my other cities. This one over here, Trinity Point, I think it's already in May year 2. So we've got a little catching up to do. Same with Clearwater and Trinity, just laying down neighborhoods and filling it all up and trying to make the money while I work out, well, what do I want? And as I adjust roads and adjust neighborhoods and... Right, so I've been kind of... It's actually way worse looking than this earlier. Slowly but surely, just, again, taking out neighborhoods, cleaning them up. Figuring out what I want. There's a trade depot over there. I have a trade port here. So there's my rail line. This one has actually got a trade port out to the ocean in case there are other nowhere land, you know, things that we can't see, the outside world, in case we want to deliver goods and service to the outside world, or over there to Trinity Point. I don't think we have a trade port set up over there yet. But anyway, this has got the rail line, freight, and the what do they call it? A dock, trade dock. I don't know. Either way, it's cool. It's for loading up boats and stuff. I don't know that we need it, but it's there. Our recycle plant over here doing the same kind of thing. Got it collecting plastics and alloys, and over here a place to put them and sell them. Let's make sure. Alloys, export, plastics, export. Good. Making $3,248 an hour over here. And doing pretty good. I did make sure right away that they've got their clinics, their fire department, and their police departments laid down right away. I don't want any problems. Every time we've been playing the slow route and kind of trying to hold off on putting these 3 services down, eventually they're like, nah, forget it, too much crime, we're all moving out. And then they don't want to increase density when I need them to increase density. And then, oh, we're sick and dying. And oh, now people are starting fires and it's arson, and you know, not having these ends up just killing me. So just bite the bullet, put them down right away, so that while I'm again trying to develop and figure out what I want to do, you know, they aren't freaking out. So what do they got going on here? Got a message here. What do you want? Taxes are too high. Yeah, and I don't care about the taxes at the moment. I'm mean mayor right now. I don't care. You're here to help me make money and get my city off the ground, and I don't care. What do we have here? December year 1. I do have education going in all 3 cities, but I think just the library and the community college. And we need power. Shouldn't need any power, but we'll have to take a look at it. So making $2,391 an hour. We have a trade a trade port. There's our rail line for the trade. We have another building just over here, another trade port. This is a small one. This is the big one. So right now all it needs is freight too. Our recycle plant. Where is the trade port for the alloy and plastics? We might need to knock out 2 of these over here, because I'm not seeing the trade port for that. Close now. Oh, it's over here. Aha. Aha, yeah. Plastics and alloy, and they're both set to export. So this one was way down. This one was like so close to being bankrupt, trying to put everything in, and now it's climbing back up to 710,000. What's up with the garbage dump? What are you guys saying? It's a dirty. Say it again. It's a dirty job. If anyone needs to do it. Zone residential to attract more workers or connect mass transit to neighboring cities. I don't know why. Why would I want to do that? I have my garbage dump here. I mean, I have enough trucks running around out there picking it all up. But I've got 2 incinerators on it, and that's going to keep it. That's going to ensure that our dumps don't fill up, and we need to start adding more dumps. Unrelated, completely unrelated. I was having a dream earlier and I was rocking out. I was listening to the English beat, listening to Too Nice to Talk To. I was jamming. So yeah, right now just kind of kicking back and letting these rebuild their money and figure out what's next. Don't really know what is next, but they're doing well. Made the mistake of putting these right on that high density road. The front of these buildings on the high density, so they're starting to increase their density, and I'm gonna have to take them out and put them on the other side of the road. Some of these places need looking into. What's going on down here? No shoppers? Well, a bunch of people just moved in. No workers? A bunch of people just moved in, so give it a minute. And what's happening here? A building fire? Okay. Oh boy, not enough workers. No shoppers. No shoppers, no shoppers, no shoppers. Yeah, they don't really want any commercial. A wavy path park? Don't do it. Don't do it, man. I was hoping that I could put some commercial on the front end here on this along the highway, and you know, get any tourists that are going through to try to raise a little bit of money. Not really important if it takes off or not. I don't really care. All right, some more stuff to blow up over here. Building fire. Building fire. Building fire. Building fire. Yeah, and again, things like that might happen, and I don't really care. As long as I've got the fire department, police department, and a clinic out there somewhere, it's keeping the majority of disasters in check, and it's keeping the majority of the people satisfied. I saw another person out there playing the SimCity today. They were showing off the amusement park pack. We were looking at that the other night. I made a giant amusement park the other night. That was a lot of fun. I'll probably try to build one later. Yeah, it's probably one of the only well, I don't know how many DLCs there were for this, just probably one or two. But for like $5, you feel like you got your money's worth. It's got a lot of things you can add on to it. And you sure do end up making a lot of money, but it's going to require a lot of power. But the amusement park is pretty cool. And it's unfortunate that MAXIS and EA really didn't end up being the ones to create the, like, Roller Coaster Tycoon, Zoo Tycoon, and some of those kind of sim titles. Because that would even be better if they had. Because then you could click on your amusement park in SimCity, and now really try to do Tycoon. Way more different rides, design your own. A beverage here. Here's to your health, well-being, and prosperity. Remember to stay hydrated. The young lady who put out the video today on The Sims complaining about how it's dying and everything else, I noticed that that's kind of how she ended her live stream. She's like, thanks for tuning in, da-da-da-da-da. Cheers, remember to stay hydrated. Yeah. Remember to stay hydrated. On other live streaming news, my live streaming news, I also do the Sky Dude live stream Monday through Friday in the afternoons, and on Fridays I try to participate in the Microsoft community fly-ins. And the last 2 weeks after System Update 2, I'm having horrible lag and rubber banding when I try to hook up with everybody. So I'm probably going to have to uninstall and reinstall Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 before next Friday, and cross my fingers and hope that that solves my problem. That I may have not cleared out my community folder before updating System Update 2, and that, you know, the one or two things that I had in there are the culprit, are the problem that's causing that. I really don't think so, but I'm kind of at my wit's end trying to figure out what else it could be. So when in doubt, uninstall, reinstall. And that's going to be happening. So as I've been saying, doing these SimCity live streams, the more I play SimCity, the more I want my Sims, the more I want it to tie into the Sims. See, the Sims were promised to us. I started out by saying at the start of the show that 30 years ago, Will Wright promised us, SimCity's players, the Sims. They were supposed to be for us. They weren't supposed to be a standalone thing. Or in some way we were supposed to be able to bring our favorite Sims. Maybe not all of them, but that was 1997, 1996, 1997. Where that idea, you just, wow. Because right now I'm looking at down there at the score, I'm looking at a population of 4,610. And I don't know, even with today's computers, I don't know that the computer can handle 4,000 Sims here, and this is nothing. We're supposed to get the great work to happen. We need 58,000 Sims in one city. So there's got to be that fine line between, how many Sims can you actually have and control in a if they were to tie together in SimCity and The Sims. And it could be just based on how powerful is your computer. They're kind of saying that a lot these days, with like for rent. Well, they're like, well, how many families can you put on a lot? And they're like, well, kind of just depends on how good your computer is. We'd rather you stick to 8, but hey, go for broke. Try it. Try it until the thing crashes. But yeah, the more I play this, the more I want The Sims. And the more I play The Sims, the more I want SimCity. I'm just like everybody else in the community. I'm no different than you at all as a Sims player. Just because I'm older doesn't mean that I'm not part of the MAXIS community. I've been part of the MAXIS community since SimCity Classic. So a lot of these young people today, they don't know. They really don't even know SimCity. And that's interesting and sad. A lot of the young Sims players today have never played SimCity. They don't know what SimCity has to offer The Sims. They have no idea that there was something out there called Streets of SimCity, which allowed you to drive around in the cities that you made. That's another thing. We have not been able to go into our cities since 1997 and SimCity 2000. As SimCity players, we have been locked out of our cities since 1996. Sure, I can zoom down in there, but I can't go get in a car and go drive around my city and check it out from that point of view. I can't get into high-octane adventures. I can't have people shoot at me, and I can't get machine guns and rocket launchers and smoke screens and oil slicks and armor plating and hover tires, and they don't even know. The Sims community, younger people today are like, we want cars, but that's all they're asking for. They have no idea. They have no idea that they should be asking for, hey, I want cars and I want all that high-octane adventure that SimCity, Streets of SimCity used to have. And other things they're saying, they're like, I want to be able to build a skyscraper and populate the whole skyscraper. So what you want is SimTOWER. I want larger neighborhoods, and I want to control everything, and I want to lay down all the streets, and I want to own all the businesses, and I want to design them, and so you want SimCity. I want there to be an economy. I want our actions to mean something. When I create all this food, and I create all these farmers, and I create a whole farming region, it doesn't contribute to the community or an economy, and it doesn't matter. Nope. It does not. You need SimCity. I joined the politics career in The Sims, and I become president, and then I don't have any special abilities. There's no. I mean, there's more to do being a movie, an actor and an actress in The Sims than there is being a politician or becoming the mayor or the president. You have no game. So you develop the most charismatic Sims and work their way up into the politics career, and then once you make it to the top, there's nothing there for you. You can't control the taxes. You can't. You see what I mean? There's no SimCity for you. They're like, hey, I've spent all this time developing my astronaut sim, and I'm tired of rabbit holes. Why can't I go to space? Well, now you're asking for SPORE. Why can't I go to alien worlds and do other things? And well, you could. I want to fly around. Why limit myself to cars? I would like to be able to fly around. Okay, well now you want SimCopter, SimFlight. Let's just call it SimFlight now because copter is now too limiting. Why stick to just copters? Now you can have airships and airplanes and all those kind of adventures. So MAXIS EA, they own all these great titles and have all these great titles in the closet. And they don't want to bring them back out. They keep talking about, well, we're rebranding the Sims and we're going to do this and we're going to do that and we're going to do this. But then it never comes around to, we're going to bring back SimCity. We're going to bring back this. We're going to bring back that. And now finally give you the ultimate Sims experience. And to put a fine point on it, if they don't, somebody's going to eat their lunch tomorrow. You're done. Sure, you're going to hang on, but... And if it's just about, well, it's about making money. Well, how much money are you losing by not doing this? Anyway, so Sims community, I'm with you 100%. I know what you want. I know what you need. I'm listening. I'm looking in the forums. I'm reading everything that you're putting out there. I'm watching all your videos. And I feel your pain. I know what you want, even though you don't even really know what you want. At least to the full extent of what you could have. And I really encourage all of you people in the Sims community who might pass by and give this live stream a look. And you're like, what's he talking about? I can't encourage you young folks enough in the Sims community to take a couple of hours and try to understand the history of all of MAXIS and all the products that they have created over time, and how all of those titles again seem to answer all of your wants. I want this, I want that, I want this, I want that. And I think that will help you make clearer demands about what you want. Again, the cars is a good example. We want cars. Well, what do you want to do? Do you want to just be an Uber driver, a DoorDasher? That's it. That's the best you can think of what to do in a car in The Sims. Of course, they're gonna be like, well, I want a makeout point and a place to do woohoo, and of course you do. Of course you do. But that's it. That's all. That's the best you can come up with. Uber and make out in the car. I was like, well, what about a pack where we drive around and we see things? Sightsee things. Well, you're gonna quickly run out of things to see. The world isn't alive. The Sims aren't smart anymore. They have no autonomy anymore. The Sims 3, the AI, the Sims were smarter. They were. They absolutely were. And they've been trying to push the multiplayer out there. And everybody's like, look, we understand that you want multiplayer, but, I don't know that we really want it. Well, in a giant Sims world where there is connectivity between you and other regions that you can't see that are controlled by other players, at least there could be something like an economy and demands, resource demands. So, yeah, there's a shortage of food across the whole Sims universe with thousands of people that you can't see. But ultimately, there's not enough food in the entire world, and so prices go up, and it's like, wow. If I created just one region that's dedicated to farming sims, I could make a difference. So I don't know ultimately what the answers are, and how it will all work. I do know that there are no problems, there are only solutions. Thank you, John Lennon. And I know that I feel that MAXIS has the keys to everything they need without having to create or come up with something completely new. And without stepping on somebody else's intellectual property. It's already yours. Funny, back on the Project Renee forums, they're like, we really want to hear your advice. Then they have another disclaimer saying, we don't want to hear your advice. Blew my mind. We want to hear your advice, but we don't want to hear your advice. We don't want your suggestions because they're solicited, and we can't have unsolicited ideas. Because then somebody can say, well, you've claimed my IP, but it's really ridiculous. And so when I'm on when I was in the Project Renee forums, I'm like, look, nothing I'm saying here is unsolicited. All I'm telling you is what you promised us 30 years ago. These ideas aren't new. And they're not mine. They're ultimately Will Wright's. He was the one with the vision, and we've all been waiting for the vision to happen for over 30 years. And now we finally are at a time where now we all have really good computers. And now they're starting to figure that cloud thing out. Cloud gaming again, back to mainframing. And, but on our own end, who would have ever thunk 64 gigs of RAM? These graphics cards that we have today, couldn't even dream about that in 1996, 1997. So now we have demi-urge level computers, and now we don't have the good stuff. It's maddening. It's madness. So how are we doing here? 2,756. This is in June, year 2. I shouldn't be on this one. I lingered and I started ranting over here, and I said that this one is way ahead in time. And I don't know if being in time matters when you're doing solo play, but I really don't like letting the clock get too far away from me. I like keeping them all relatively on the same, in the same time. So where are we at here? This is October. So we have to do like 8 months. Get caught up. Put it into fast mode. So with just the library and the community college, we're doing well on our education level, and we've already filled in one tech level cogwheel. So that's nice. I should have low, medium, and high wealth zones. Let's go grab my data map. Yeah. Oops. Maybe not as much low wealth as I should have, but not a big deal. Right now it's just about making money and recovering and trying to build it back up towards $1 million. And we're only at 537 simoleons an hour, so I really do want to expand the ore mine and make a little bit more side money. Same with the coal plant, but I can wait. Glad that recycle building is out there, operating when it can. Oh, back up to 705. Good. And it says they're educated. Tech level 2 here. So doing this too, getting the somewhat education going early on, you know, as this is going to be a heavily polluted area. It can be. And so having the tech levels establishing early on will help get a lot of these to more high tech. And they pollute less. They want industry. They don't want all the commercials. As a matter of fact, there's no commercial demand. Don't want to get too close to the power plant. Might need room to expand. Not worried about traffic, not worried about anything. Because again, I might blow it all out and add an avenue here, change something here. Like I said, I only want there to be enough Sims and enough money. Nice. That brought us up to 1,521 an hour. That's great. So that I can change things. For example, the density on all this over here is, I can't fit anybody in here because I laid that road down wrong. And I laid this road down wrong. So I can move all that. Alright, well that should allow me to put down now another ore mine. And another another coal mine. So just a little bit more money each hour. So when this coal bin over here fills up, and if it doesn't need to send what they've got over to here, which they will, they send the excess over to the trade depot. What's going on here? Building fire. Probably shouldn't. I'm going to end up putting a big demand on that power plant. They're going to start saying, we don't have enough places to ship all this freight. Oh well, we'll see what happens. All right, almost 2,000 an hour. Hey, how are ya? Thanks for stopping in. Hey, I hope you don't mind. Excuse me a minute. I am just listening to that water has reminded me how thirsty I am right at the moment. So I will be right back. In just a minute or two. I need to go get something to drink. Bum, 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 bum.
All right, I am back. $1,976. Just trying to let some time pass. I'm 8 months behind Trinity Point. I went to dinner and I didn't pause. Good thing I didn't have it on Super Llama mode. Uh-oh. How are we losing tech level? And they can teach 500. What do we have here? Oh, we got our sign. Here's your sign. Oh, and we can add more classrooms. Okay. Yeah, maybe shortly. I'd like to see this get it backed up to 700, 800,000 first. And we're doing really good right now, so let's just hold off for a little bit. So surprisingly, sandbox mode can be a real teabagger. Meaning that, you know, this game will crush you. It'll teabag you. Well, maybe not you, but me? Yeah. This game has been doing the Nestea plunge on me for days now. But mostly that's because, again, I've been pursuing this idea of commuting. So I'll start a city and I'll create just enough jobs for the other town to come over here, and they don't really want to do it, only a handful go, and so I go out there looking for more and more information on, well, what's the secret to commuting? And they're like, well, possibly having first well-developed cities, you know, everything you need going first. Like, you have to have prerequisites. Like, I honestly don't know. But I can have 1,000 jobs over here waiting, and there can be 1,000 unemployed Sims over in the next area, like Trinity over there. And they're connected, and they have the ability to get to those jobs, and then they don't. Finding this button over here was actually, this button needs to be like a primary button in your main screen. Because trying to figure out how many workers are in each building and how many you need has been a real pain in the butt. And it's been hidden here in the second menu, and then these sidebars over here. This is a big eye-opener. So, 1,000 total low-wealth workers. 1,032. There are 1,599 low-wealth jobs, and there are currently 567 open low-wealth jobs. That's the handy information. We can see over there in the other towns, too. 1,742 open low-wealth jobs. And then here's medium wealth. Wow, that one's good over there. They only have 6 total medium wealth workers. 919 open jobs. 925 total job medium wealth. 96 total medium wealth workers. 713 medium wealth jobs.
617 open medium wealth jobs, and then our high wealth. $113 open high wealth jobs, 174 open high wealth jobs, 137. So yeah, this is like a super important button to have, and it's not a primary. And it should also be available over here on your data maps, and it's not. But glad finally paid attention and found that. And that may come in handy a little better. If we can get them to commute, then absolutely it becomes important. All right, 2036 simoleons an hour. The average viewer duration. Oh, it just changed. Just when I looked at it, it changed. The average viewer duration was 420. It's always 420 somewhere. As a matter of fact, it's going to be 420 here right now. Happy Saturday night to you. Hope you're having a fantastic weekend. Thank you for even stopping in. Taking a minute of your Saturday night to stop in and check this out. SimCity is still amazing. It's still fantastic. I don't know why they haven't made another SimCity. I don't know why MAXIS and EA won't tie the Sims into SimCity and finally let us go back into our cities and do all the cool things we can do now as Sims. The Sims 4 is, as much as everybody's saying, well, it's dying and this and that and this. The things we can do now, the type of Sims we can create now, and since 2, 3, and with 4, being able to go into your SimCity and now create the Sims that are going to be working specifically the jobs that you want. So right now, the way it works is the Sims are really stupid in this. They're not really even Sims. They're not. They're just, you have to think of them as agents. These aren't Sims. So when you have a house with a residence and your Sim leaves, the first one to get to the job gets the job. Simple as that. So you can't guarantee that a Sim goes to a job and is the one working that job. It's just whatever Sim manages to go out and get that job first. You could have a Sim that every single day they get up and they end up with a new job every day because they just leave their house and no, that one's filled up, it goes to the next one, and until it finds a place to work. But if we had the Sims, we could go in and guarantee that, okay, I'm gonna create these awesome crime fighters and I'm gonna make sure that they're working in my police department. I'm gonna create a bunch of great doctors. I'm gonna make sure that those people are working in my clinic. Now we've got engineers. I'm going to make sure that those great engineers that I'm creating are going to be working at my recycle plant, my coal plant, my power plant, and my ore thing here at the trade depots. So that's why I keep saying, the more I play SimCity, the more I want the Sims, and the more I play the Sims, the more I want SimCity. What is that region in the Sims 4? It's got the dock in it. And the dock is dead. And it's just basically a garbage dump town now. And they want you to try to... The only game there is they want you to try to like turn the place green. And that's not what I want to do. I want to bring the trade port back to life. I want to get trade going. But there's no world. There's no... SimCity. So I don't know when they tried convincing us. They put the shills out there in the forums saying SimCity people won't play The Sims. Well, I'm an original SimCity player, and I can say the first moment I saw an ad for The Sims, I was giddy. I was so happy. I had really no idea what The Sims were going to be. But that was neat. I'm like, this is going to be amazing. If I can go into my city and now I can play individual Sims. But anyway, yeah, they tried getting us to believe that SimCity people wouldn't play The Sims, and Sims people won't play SimCity. And now all the youngsters playing The Sims, they don't know quite what they're asking for, but they're asking for SimCity. In a lot of ways. They're asking for Streets of SimCity, SIMCOPTER, SIMTOWER, SPORE, SimCity Societies. And they don't even know it. That's how long those products have been off the market. They've been off the market so long, this generation of kids playing The Sims, they don't even know. They don't even know the kind of sim world that they could have, Sims world that they could have if all of the old MAXIS titles were kept going. And they continue to develop the idea that all of them you can tie them all into one another. I can't believe it's been 30 years, plus 30 years. Time flies, man. People are like, aren't you embarrassed? You're old. You're old and you're playing video games and you're out here talking about SimCity and The Sims. Well, when I started this, folks, I was just like you. I was young once. Time flies, folks. But that's how long all of us OG MAXIS fans have been waiting for it to happen, and it hasn't happened. We're just as mad as you are. More so. We got 30 years of being mad. Someone popped in and popped out. Thank you for stopping in. I know you're already gone, but I can't thank you enough for stopping in. Again, it's a Saturday night. Thank you. I hope you're having a great Saturday night. I hope your weekend is fantastic. If you're playing any particular games or you got anything that you want to announce, or if you have any comments on anything that I'm talking about, please feel free to use the chat and let me know what's going on, what you're thinking. Other than that, if you want to stick around, I'm just letting time pass here. We're finally into year 2 over here. Gotta let it go a couple more months, then we'll jump back over to Clearwater and let that one run for a little bit. But they're all doing well, they're all making money, and as I start wanting to change my designs, now I don't have to worry so much. We're back up to 656,000. It's great. I don't know if this is actually really working. I think they might be all handling their business and really not using it. Just a tiny bit of material is showing up in here. Oh. You guys doing? Playing jacks down there? Marbles? I think they're playing marbles. Marbles. Kidding us, you're so naive. They're playing craps. Okay, so it is working. $633 a day. Well, they're filling up that last education. February. Ah. That public library is right where I need an avenue to be. I'm going to need an avenue coming out all the way from here to there. These are only 100 a month? Right, okay. So let's give you folks the library over here. We're gonna need some expansion for the community college. Okay, so we'll just put that there now, and we can knock this one out. We have a high wealth fixture right in our way. Okay, pause for a moment, start ripping things out. So what I wanted here is a high density avenue, and I still believe you can upgrade these things to. Why are you off? Why won't you? It's making you go crooked. Another fixture. Let's see. It wants to snap. I don't think there's a way to turn off the snap. But that's what we want. Now let's see, are we still able to upgrade that thing to... Yep, streetcars. Great. We might end up putting a roundabout there. Wait. Okay. No, for now. Okay, great. So once they reach high tech, and if I can keep it, then I don't have to really be too concerned about putting an industry. Right now, I'm trying to keep everything as far away from the population as I can, all the polluting stuff. But once we reach high tech, it's not so much of a concern about putting, you know, dropping one over here in this neighborhood. And the reason for doing that and not keeping it to an industrial district, as the population continues to increase here, and as I start increasing the roads, the road types. Right now everything's dirt road. I need everything to be small as possible and remain as small as possible. The moment that one of these roads increases, for example, let's say, let me find just a small street, well, just right here, okay? This one plot, one lot. This is where you're going to get yourself into trouble fast. One lot. 3 residents, 2 students. 2 residents, 2 students. Two residents, 2 students. Usually they says kids. One of these. Oh well. Kids. But 3 residents, okay? The moment that I change this road from a dirt road to a low density street, or more importantly, when I get it to a medium density street, that's going to turn that one lot from 5 residents to 60. You could go as high as 60. These 3 units might combine into a condo. And all of a sudden, yeah. But I've seen just one lot itself turn into a medium and go 60 residents in one lot. So what I mean by getting yourself into trouble is if you aren't aware of how much
how much your population will increase once you start increasing road density. And then all of a sudden you go from, oh, I'm comfortable, I got 500 people, everything's going good. And you upgrade, and next thing you got 5,000 people. And you weren't planning for that. And now you need the big water, the big sewer, the big this, the big that. And you can collapse immediately. So finding these data maps, normally I'm like, oh, data maps are boring, you know. I'd rather just, I'm having fun just building the way I want, and I'm not worried about any of this, the data map stuff. You don't have to, but, you know, if you don't want to keep imploding like I do. So now I find it fascinating, where before I'm like, boring. Boring. Happiness. Okay. Land values are awful. We're moving. Land value. Well, they were closer to that fixture before I moved it. So this must have, these guys must have been part of the high wealth. So I'll go ahead and appease them and and I really don't want to impede that road, but let's knock this house out. There. All right, so you see how that's what's happening there? I put that boulevard in, or whatever. I don't think these streets are... I may have upgraded them. What do we have going on down here? No, there's still dirt roads. It's still considered low density. They can just still be reaching. Wow.
Start.
I like the jazz. Okay, so what do we have here? One resident. The high wealth, man. One resident. So trying to figure out the commuting thing too, you know, knowing how many residents, okay, that you need when dealing with jobs, numbers of jobs. So this was another amazing button to discover, buried on this tab. I'm sorry, the region tab. The workers. This should be a primary button. All right. That data is so important. 734 open low wealth jobs. 1,554 total low wealth jobs. 820 low wealth workers. So if I was working on trying now to get commuters, or, you know, again, I could think, well, okay, I need 754. Then we go back into our city down there, and we were just talking about density increases. So I know that if I upgrade just this street right here, and all these were to go to 60s, you know, that could be a couple hundred right there.
So we're going to need this whole neighborhood upgraded to possibly fill all those low wealth jobs. Or, again, go now to Clearwater or Trinity Point. They have their own jobs to fill, but making sure that those jobs are filled, and then they have an extra 600, 700 people. And let's see if we can't get those people now to come over here, take the train, and work those jobs here. And that's where I've been collapsing. I've been concentrating on getting that to happen first. And I can't seem to get large groups of people to move. And on somebody's blog, they were suggesting, well, try not to think about that first. Don't let that be your first goal. I mean, have it in mind and plan for trying to get the people to move. But more importantly, just try to get your city up and running first and have everything you need that they need. So that's kind of what we're doing. And they said just also, you know, consider loading it up with disposable Sims. Keep enough out there and enough everything going so that you're constantly making money. And anyway, this game is one of those where they say easy to learn, lifetime to master. And this one is definitely one of the most challenging SimCities yet. I do miss some of the terraforming, always whenever they bring out a different one. Well, now the engine can't do this, or the engine can't do that, and that is one thing I don't appreciate in development. Where when they release a new one, like, you know, this one, SIMCITY5, they take away stuff. They're like, well, we're giving you gambling casinos, we're giving you this and that and this and that. That's cool, I appreciate that. But you took away my terraforming. Well, well, what? What? That's weird. Upper left hand corner. We just got like a download icon pop up for a second. Did you see that? If not, rewind for a second and look at the upper left hand corner. It said that SimCity was downloading something. Well, maybe it was an auto. Maybe that's just an auto save. Maybe it's not downloading, and I'm just 420'd. That's all it is. It's probably what it is. Got a homeless person running around down there. Him in his little knapsack. There he goes. I was gonna say, pal, there's jobs out there. All right, where are we at? We are in now April year 2, so good. This one is December year 1. So let's turn up the clock, speed it up. Hey, thanks for tuning in. Pardon me while I grab a drink here. Ah, we're nearing the top of the hour. Please allow me a minute for a small little break, and it's not really a station ID. Do you ever get a Jones to play something you haven't played in a long, long time? Well, I have a SimCity 2013 Jones.
It's been
The
nagging at me for
Jones.
days. So I reinstalled it from the EA app, but I'm not sure that I'm happy about that. It's a madness, I tell you. A madness. It's going to consume up entirely too much of my time. You see all this fancy stuff they're displaying in this intro teaser? Well, I always seem to implode before I ever get to the fancy future stuff. I think I develop too fast, get too impatient, get a little too crazy with trying some things. Insane crazy. So my Jones wants me to try to take it a bit slower on the development and pay close attention to the basics of population growth and basic resource demands. I want to try to get multiple cities working together, buying and selling resources and goods, then work up to regional transportation, then work up to all the future fancy stuff, and then maybe even, finally, create one of the great works.
That'd be something.
Now, that all sounds good right now, but I'm not sure how it's going to go this time around. Anyway, I got the SimCity Jones, I tell you. The Jones! And it's a madness.
It is. Their intros were always amazing. Yeah, that'd be something, man. I'm going to be a very happy Kineas if I can get the arcology built. In for old school SimCity players, when they introduced the arcology, everybody went wild. Like, oh my god, that's the greatest thing ever. And this game teabags me so hard that I have yet to create the arcology. And so, yeah, I'll be awful happy if I can actually achieve that. I always get so frustrated. But that's good. That's good. So I don't know why they said this died. Sure, okay, we didn't get our terraforming. You know, multiplayer wasn't a bad idea. We still had solo play. I don't understand why they declared it dead and why they haven't done everything they can to keep it going and start really letting us know that they're going to tie the Sims into this. They have been so reluctant. Anyway, if you're just tuning in, my kind of like opening monologue tonight kind of goes a little something like this. So today on my main page, when you turn on YouTube, you get your main page of suggestions of things to see. Right off the bat today, I saw at least 2 posts done today, this morning or last night, declaring the Sims 4 is dying, it's dead. If they don't do something, we're out of here. We're mad as hell, and we're not going to take it anymore. Statements of MAXIS better shifted into high gear and deliver, or, you know, you're done, because we're asking you for things that other people are starting to deliver now. Having a great game engine isn't like it used to be. And, you know, you've been resting on your laurels with all of this for a long time, and you've managed to kill off other great titles, which could be making you a lot of money as well. Not really sure why. So, along with these videos of people like, it's dying, the life sim is dying, and it's there, you know, the Sims aren't smart anymore. And yes, you're right. Everything you're saying is right. Everything. I agree with everything you're saying. I get disappointed when people are out there shooting people like that down, and they're like, you know, I like to keep hope and remain hopeful. Other people are like, you're beating a dead horse, you're flogging a dead goat, you're chewing on whatever. And just making them feel like it can't happen. It won't happen. You're not going to get better Sims. You're not going to get smarter Sims. You're not going to get more open worlds. You're not going to be able to control design the whole city. You're not going to be able to drive in your city. You're not going to, all these things that you want. You're not going to be able to go to space. No more rabbit holes, this and that. Nah, you're not going to get it. Maxis and EA, they're going to do what they have been for the last 30 years. They're going to just keep milking it and do nothing. They don't have to. But that's where people are posting these videos to saying, no, you have to now. Because Inzoi's out here. Not that, it's different, but at the same time, starting with the Unreal Engine 5, they can already deliver some things that you guys, Maxis has not wanted to deliver. That's cars. But with that engine, you can do cars, you can do boats, you can do submarines, you can do aircraft, you can do UFOs, you can do spaceships. You can do anything with that engine. And do first person. So, if you don't, somebody else will. So, this generation of Sims player, they're out there screaming what we want. Again, we want smarter Sims, we want bigger cities, we want this, we want that. And as an old Maxis fan, what I hear is we want SimCity. You want bigger cities, you want to control the streets, you want to control the businesses, you want to be the mayor, you want to be the, you want to actually have a politician line. What does it mean? Okay, well then you can control the taxes and you get all these cool buttons down here. See how that would work? Now you can put in the water, now you can control the power, now you can do all that stuff. We want to drive around. But they don't know that Streets of SimCity existed. So they're asking for SimCity, Streets of SimCity. They want to fly. Well, you're asking for SimCOPTER. We want to build skyscrapers. You want SIMTOWER. We want to create resorts. We want to create unique thematic regions. Way more thematic. So you want SimCity societies. I'm sick of these rabbit holes. I've created this amazing astronaut sim. Put all my time. And all I've got is this silly rabbit hole where I launch up into space and wow, I can have woohoo in my rocket ship, but it's still a rabbit hole too. Where's my space? So you're asking for SPORE. I am the world's greatest sim builder. I want bigger regions. I want to control the whole. I want more. I want to control more regions, and then I want them to interact and blah, blah. So you want Sim Earth? I haven't heard anybody say I want to play as an ant yet. But now they want fairies. So, there was Sim Ant. You could play The Sims from an ant perspective in the past. I never even checked that one out. That was just a... So you see, in what I'm just saying there, that other than, going back to a better, getting better improved AI in The Sims again, to where their autonomy is like it used to be, most all of these ideas of what people are asking for exist in a previous Sim title. This town is doing really well, and it's not stressing me out. Making 4,187 simoleons an hour. And again, I'm not immediately thinking about commuting. This time, more thinking about trade and having the trade infrastructure in place to make sure, like these, having a trade port now in every city. so that the freight people aren't freaking out and they have a place to drop their freight off, even if it's just sitting there in the warehouse. Getting the community college down so that tech levels start raising. Slowly. The education level, just with a public library. I haven't had to do grade school, high school, anything. Put in the big trade port. So now we can get freight or ship freight by rail and by sea. I don't know that they're using this, and I don't know about to what extent the nowhere land. Like, again, all we see is my little 3 cities. But we do know that tourism comes from beyond. Because even with no populations, if you start dropping tourist attraction stuff, traffic coming off the highway from other places we can't see out there. So with that, I mean, I don't know the extent as to, like, if I need this actually or not. If I needed to absolutely ensure that stuff is moving from there over to Trinity Point, then I can add another one of those over there. But I plopped it down just in case, to, you know, that some of the other nowhere land places, some of the freight might get to go over there. I don't know. Did a ferry terminal. Also to bring in, again, people from nowhere lands, and also Trinity Point if they wanted to go back and forth. Because when you first start playing, here comes one now. They just sail by. So there's activity out there on the water. And you constantly are hearing the planes overhead. So I'm put down any airport jet. I did pick up the amusement park DLC, and later if one of these places gets loaded and we're doing well, I can rip out a large swath, like all of this. And you need a lot of space for the amusement park. You don't have to, but if you want to create an amazing amusement park, you need a lot of space. You can even create your own, you remember, like, when Walt Disney first created Disneyland, the first thing that he built was the miniature train, so that he could move the kids around on a little steam train. And you get a little, you get a steam train. Man, I can't believe how much ground pollution these guys have created. That's kind of a bummer. I think we might be able to clean it up by dropping a sewer later. Not a sewer. One of the, what am I thinking of here? Sewage treatment plant or a water filtration. That might be it. I don't know. Add filtration pumps to filter water so your residents don't get sick often. I'm sure that there's got to be a way to clean up the ground pollution. I just, right at the moment, I haven't thought about it. Taxes are too dang high, considering lowering the tax rate. Well, I could. We're over 1 million. And that's nice. But right now, I'm not really inclined to lower it just yet. Who doesn't want to be a cool mayor where I'm like, my people don't pay any taxes? At least my low wealth. High taxes. Don't care. All right, March year 2. May, June. I think Trinity's in June. Let it run for a little bit more. Something The Sims is desperately lacking, and that is industry. Everybody's so go green, go green, go green. Even what's there in The Sims 4 as far as an industrial region, the port is dead. So I can't think of the name of the town right now. The region in Sims 4, where basically you've got a trade port, but it doesn't, it's dead. And then you got the big garbage dump nearby where everybody goes to go dumpster diving and use the whatever those machines are. When you start developing your urban dwellers, your, I don't even know what those people are called. The dumpster diver people. So even there, the ideas, or the kind of like the game behind that region is they want you to clean it up and they want you to like make everybody go green and this and that. And I don't want to do that. I want to actually do just the opposite. I want to have industrial. I want to bring it back because industrial is so important to have in a SimCity. I can't wait, and hopefully I can one day say, in your Sims City, industry is very important. You have lots of ways right now in The Sims to create businesses and jobs. Anything you can think of now, pretty much. And now you can break your lot into multiple lots, and you can have a business in your bathroom, and you can do whatever you want. You can put a business here and a business there. Your cat can have a business. Or you can make a business about cats. You can make a business out of anything in The Sims now. And it's all commercial, 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 commercial. There's no, your engineer, create a factory. Woohoo! Create a high-tech industry. I love creating lots and using a 64 by 64 lot just to create power and make money off of becoming a utility. Put all the solar panels and wind turbines. Come on, man. I want some incinerators, and I want to run the garbage dump, and I want the recycle plant. They have these kind of businesses. You can go fishing. They have utilities lots on some lots that I've seen. I swear I've seen one of these. Looking for places to go fishing. I've seen forum posts about trains. I want trains. I want you to have trains. I want trains. I want you to bring Town Hall back. If you played earlier versions of The Sims, this is where the conversation about Sims being smarter and having more influence and meaning and autonomy in earlier iterations. Okay, so Sims 3. All right. Or earlier ones, you seem to always have a town hall. Right? And then you create a family of criminals. Just for fun. And the next thing you know, there's a riot at town hall because the crime in your city is out of control. The Sims you created had a dramatic effect on the city as a whole. The mood and happiness of all your Sims in the city. So then I turn around and I create a bunch of detectives. I created a little dorm of Sims that I later turned into cops and detectives. And the next thing I know, they're all celebrating and partying at town hall because I've got crime under control and the streets are safe and everybody's happy and they love their police officers, their detectives. So we don't even have, I don't think so there's no town hall. We have a town hall here. This allows you to do business deals, manage systems, and start negotiating with neighboring cities. So if I wasn't playing sandbox mode, you have to unlock and build things to open up other things. Like this, being able to start negotiating. And with that is, let's go to power. It's a good one. Negotiating. Right now, I'm buying power from Norwich Hills. 15.9 megawatts, 68.3 megawatts for 106 simoleons. And I don't know if that's hourly, daily, what? I don't know. Now you can do the same thing. I could sell water. Right? I can buy water. Or I can sell it. I can buy and sell sewage treatment. I can send, let's say with this city dump here, I buy a whole bunch more garbage trucks. Let's say we pop down a couple more and we have 8 garbage trucks. I can volunteer recycle trucks and garbage trucks and send them out to the other cities. So if this was the only city that I had that, well, one, just to make money, but if this is the only city that I had that had the recycling plant, yeah, knock out some more recycling trucks and have them run around and recycle from the other 2 regions. So that's how you can buy and sell resources. Services like police, same thing. If I have more fire trucks than I need, I can volunteer them to go respond to emergencies. Mostly I've been just trying to get them to commute. And I haven't been real successful with the commuting yet. Hey, 24 minutes after the hour, and you know what that means? It means that I missed the 20-minute mark. So, let me rewind time a little bit. Smoke if you got him. Happy Saturday night to you. Thank you for even taking a minute out of your amazing weekend to stop in and check this out. Obviously, SimCity still interests you. And or you might be tuning in to hear me rant about bringing back SimCity for the Sims and Streets of SimCity, SimCopter, all that kind of stuff. I don't know. You're awfully quiet, but I can't thank you enough. So here's to you. You put a big smile on my face. You're the stars of my universe. And the smoke is for you. I'm in a state where it's legal. It's all good. It's my disclaimer, and I'm sticking to it. Do. All right. Where are we at? We are in April still. I wish it would give me the date by hovering over. Time flies. It says we last played this an hour ago. Yeah, June. Everybody's got YouTube now, and it's cool because we can all learn how to do cool things like make a balsamic reduction. You don't have to be happy for me for this, but I'm happy. As a human sim, I feel fulfilled today because I made a balsamic reduction that didn't taste like bleep. Starting to sink in on how to bring it all together with your deglazing process, and then going for your reduction and knowing when and what you're looking for when doing a reduction to get it reduced and syrupy, and then hoping that everything you've done up to that point, when you stick your finger in it and put it on your tongue, you're not freaking out like, what the hell is this? Why would anybody want this? All I keep hearing is you've got to make a balsamic reduction or some other sort of reduction. It's so important. You need to know how to do this. And then I taste them. It's like, it's horrible. So I got all happy today. Christine, come here quick. So I was happy. Silly little thing. But I felt like I kind of gained a level. I gained a level in cooking today. All right, so we got some commercial expansion. They haven't, I put in so much right at the start. I just was laying down large swaths of area. In the last playthrough, I was doing it like lot by lot. Learning how many people, once you expand one lot into a higher density lot, what kind of numbers do you get? I'm blown away. So for example, this lot right here, just one lot. There are approximately 2 adults, 2 children in every lot, approximately. There could be more, 1 or more, up to 5 sometimes. But as a general rule, 2 adults, 2 children. As soon as I increase the density of this street to medium, that one lot can turn into a small apartment complex, and all of a sudden I have 60 adults and 15, 20 kids. Now, let's say I'm being lazy me like I am, and I just upgrade the whole street. Every one of these could be 60, a 60-person increase. And that's just medium wealth. I mean, medium density. I keep saying wealth. Density. All right, your density is tied to your road. So I'm using low density dirt roads to keep everything as small as possible as long as I can. There's low density street. I don't know that there's a radical difference between how many people between here and there. But here's when you go to medium, where it can go up to 60 people per lot. Here you can get 200. Usually they'll go in groups of 4, like in Monopoly. You know, trading 4 houses for a hotel or a motel, that kind of idea. So all of a sudden these 4 will, like over here, will combine. And now you went from 60 to 200 plus residents. A couple hundred kids. I haven't seen, I couldn't tell you right at the moment what is the max I've seen for high density residential. So knowing why and when and to upgrade a street, to know exactly, well, I'm going to need, that just pops, so I'm going to need now like 600 jobs. So I might have to take a street over here and make it high density. But everything, again, is a balancing act. As soon as I do that, now, oh my god, now I'm going to need way more water. I'm going to need way more power, and that's why I've just been sitting here letting it rebuild and try to get our money as high as possible before I do any sort of expanding. This just happened because I was building my avenues first. Or I've been working on my avenues as I've been setting up the town. Turn this off. So I normally start out with just messing around, laying down grids of these dirt roads, just kind of figuring out where I want stuff. This is way more organized now than when I first started. But around all those zones, you know, laying out your avenues, and I try not to put things right on the avenues. So, I don't want traffic stopping. So, for example, if I put a big commercial building, kind of like what's happening over here, if there's a lot of people moving, they'll create a whole bunch of traffic problems on that road right there, despite it being a huge road, a boulevard. So that's why you see off these boulevards that I'm building. I'll come in a little bit and then build inside of that. Yes, you end up giving up a lot of real estate, but dealing with traffic later is maddening. Another thing later, to keep people off the road, you can intersperse your industry and commercial and residences really close to one another. It's not a great idea because the pollution makes them sick, and if you don't have your medical in place, then you know you're gonna have a lot of sick Sims. Then they start crying and playing death music because everybody's dying. And but when you start becoming educated, getting them educated and getting the tech levels started, putting industries back close to residential areas, if they can walk to the job, they'll walk. So putting one giant high-tech job right in the middle of this residential neighborhood could keep every one of those Sims off the roads. And the philosophy or the mantra you kind of want to get into the back of your head is that's what you want to do. Doesn't matter if the business is right next to where they live. You've got to keep these Sims off the road because you're going to need more recycling trucks. You're going to have a need for more delivery trucks. You're going to need, for these people to respond to emergencies without dealing with the traffic jam. They've just got to get there. These roads are for them. They're not for us, for the people. That's the way you kind of want to think about it. The trash guys, the garbage men. If we were to just watch one of them, which we can, when they move through a neighborhood, as they do in the real world, they stop at every house. They pull up, pick up the trash, stop, pick up the trash, stop, pick up the trash. And you'll see them do that as they move around. If you have a high population and they're all using the road, those garbage trucks out running around. And then you might have shuttle buses and regional buses. Even more other mass transit options. It's going to gum up the works. And they said it doesn't matter how good you are at laying out cities and getting your traffic moving. They said you'll never be able to recover. You're going to always have problems and you're going to hate life. But anyway, you should still plan your avenues. You don't have to. It's still play it the way you want to play it. I've seen some of the most creative maps. I'm sorry that I'm boring actually when it comes to just, you know, laying out a city. I haven't put a whole lot of thought or creativity. No, I'm not an urban planner. I like watching urban planners play these games though. Real urban planner plays SimCity. Woohoo! It's like I get a kick out of watching real airline pilot plays Microsoft Flight Simulator. Woohoo! They're the ones that kind of got me building like this. Like, don't put your stuff on the main road. You know, you're gumming up everything. You're gonna have traffic jams across the whole region. If you've never seen a traffic jam, I've done it. And then entire traffic jam going all the way down to that city, all the way through that big curve, all the way over the hill, and all the way out the other side. Stick around, it can happen at any moment when I'm playing. Oh my. But speaking of creativity, I've seen somebody make a guitar. They designed the entire city like a guitar. So I'm pretty much at the moment, because I'm still trying to beat the dang thing. I don't have the luxury of being creative at the moment. I love the guys that build with roundabouts. You guys got me thinking. I build the ugliest roads, I apologize. But you also said to keep it loose and don't worry about it at the start. Don't be afraid to just build it and lay it out. Make sure you got enough money coming in so you don't have to worry about it later. And if you just need to rip out an area, do it. But anyway, these guys that build beautiful real world overpasses, underpasses, exit ramps, on ramps. At least you got me understanding that you might want to build a roundabouts at the start of your city and other really important areas, like maybe possibly later, just knocking this whole central core out and putting more of a roundabout. Anyway, so many creative ways to build. You can do tunnels. There are, they do have, you can't do the terraforming, but not every map is as flat and boring as this. Some of them are way more like Norwich over there. The things you can actually do, you may not be able to, like what happened, how do I make tunnels again? Well, if you lay a road from the ground and you end up projecting it up to the next level over there, it'll actually create a tunnel for you. So there are really interesting things you can do with the roads. You can raise and lower roads. Let me show you that. I don't do much of it, but I'm starting to realize the value of it. For example, I needed to get this rail line coming down here and go over here, but not be interrupted by that road or interrupt the road. Okay, and then was it? It's not over here. Building a boulevard in my other town in Trinity Point. The rail line is coming through here, so making the boulevard raise. And use the M and N key. Let me grab a stretch of road here. Okay, little space to play with. Alright, a low density street. So I stretch it and then press the M key. Oops. N. There's the N key. That reminds me of SimCity 2000 when you're creating roads. Everything is so sharp. And then you go try to drive your city and streets. The angles, man. Okay, keeping... now I'm going to continue to press N to lower it back down. And then I'm going to keep pressing N once I hit ground level. I wish I can... I'm trying to rotate my camera at the same time here so you can look down in there. rotate. When it works, you can get down to a water table in some areas. Right, with a dirt road. Sometimes you can get away with doing things with a dirt road that you can't with other roads. It's too bad we don't have any sort of like hill-like terrain into a tunnel. Something's on fire. Let's put a positive spin on it. It's not a house fire. It's an opportunity to do some barbecuing. Just roll around. You'll be all right. You'll be all right. It was pretty. As I understand, this is actually the same game engine. This is the same engine that the Sims 4 is now using. Could be wrong, but that was the big hurdle back then. That was the excuse why we couldn't have the SimCity and the Sims joined together. Is the game engines were not compatible. So if that is true, there is nothing stopping SimCity and the Sims from truly working together now, because they're both using the glass box engine. You should be able to pop out and zoom out in the Sims and access all of this stuff. Just like that, seamlessly. They didn't like the high taxes. I don't care. Come back later when the taxes aren't so high. And your mayor isn't either. Now I guess the homeless like parks. Slow down. Scrounging in garbage cans for food. Abandoning the city came from vacant residents. All right, all right. They're complaining at 12% when you can raise this thing to 20. It should really make them cry. After the way the game's been treating me for this last week, I really do. Raise everything to 20. Because I really don't care if they leave. Because all I have to do is lower it and they'll come back while I work on infrastructure. Do it or not. Hey, happy Happy Saturday night to you. Cheers. No, I know what you're thinking. I can hear you. Do it. Raise everything to 20. How fast can you depopulate a city? Get everybody to move out. Let's find out. Christine's hooking me on Korean television again. Got me watching, she got me watching Culinary Class War on Netflix with her, and now she's like, oh, this other show is so amazing. They get these celebrities to come on, and then it's the chefs get to go through the celebrity's refrigerator, and they get to make the meals based on whatever the celebrity has in the refrigerator. They're really good at making television, the South Koreans. You watch 5 minutes of any of their programming and they know how to put hooks into everything, and they're really, really good at it. Next thing I know what bulgogi is. Oh, that looks good. Oh, yeah. Ramayun. Thank you, though. Thank you for coming in on a Saturday night. I hope you're doing well. Anything you need to get off your chest, I'm here. Just let me know in the chat room. The world's getting you down. I'm here. I may not be able to do much or to help, but I will encourage you not to give in to the absurdity of it all. And I hope you continue to have a fantastic Saturday night. Sticking around, fantastic. If you're not sticking around, again, have a great night, a great weekend. So why am I doing this? Unfulfilled aspiration. Right? Let's speak in Sims terms. An unfulfilled aspiration. And that is, as somebody who says that they've been playing SimCity games since SimCity original, I haven't made an arcology. I haven't pulled off a mega tower, and I haven't pulled off a great work. And what I mean is that, like, the pinnacle of what you could do with the old SimCity games was build an arcology. That. Building this towering pinnacle of human architecture requires skilled workers and resources. This dense ecosystem contains everything necessary to sustain a massive community. Sims live here, but many of them will commute to cities in the region to work, go to school, or shop. So, yeah. This and mega towers, you can build the... But anyway, this is the great work site, and I've never built the arcology. I haven't pulled off a great work at all. It's just, it requires so much, and trying to get to these things, I'm slow and dumb, really. I really like watching the guys who are like, dude, come on. I'm running 7 cities at once. You're struggling to get 3. Here. Wait till you're running 7 cities at once. Far out. I'll get there. But anyway, building this thing. So that's the goal this time. Unfulfilled aspiration. So I want to see this done. That's what I'm shooting for, and that's why I'm playing again. And I was recently playing The Sims again, and I'm going to be playing it again real soon. Christine's picked up all the latest expansion packs after... I think I stopped right around Horse Ranch. Maybe for rent, because I was really into building now multi-family apartment complexes. And doing this kind of idea here. Getting a larger tile in The Sims, and by building down 5 stories and building up 5 stories, creating these little mini... They're not arcologies, but it's the same kind of idea. One level is the entertainment level, and it's got a pool and, you know, all these great things for all the Sims that are living in the other levels to enjoy. You can now designate any area of your lot as business. So now I'm looking forward to getting back in there and now creating business levels inside one structure with multiple families. So really excited about that. So the more I play this, the more I want to go back to that, and the more I play that, the more I want to come back to this. And that's why I'm just constantly saying, please bring them together. I would much rather just go into my city and click on a house and go work on the lot and work on the Sims there. Gone are the days of where I have to create the SimCity and then like load the city into the Sims. I'm hoping we can get beyond that now and more of a seamless integration, because with SimCity 2000 and Streets of SimCity and SimCOPTER and The Sims, you know, you have to be using one as the prime and then load in content. So if I'm playing Streets of SimCity, I have to load in the city that I built. It isn't just integrated. You have them both on your computer and they're like, aha. Well, now we're integrated. Now you can immediately just click on the car and, you know, put on your Maxis Man cape and go do some work. So if they're using the same game engine, if they're both currently using it and they don't switch game engines now, and that both of them are on Glassbox, there shouldn't be a reason why I can't come in here and do that. They're like, well, the Sim and the Sims don't run on the same time. They're the same game engine now. So as fast as this thing is going, that's... I mean, on the street level, it looks like they're light speed, but if you're playing The Sims and you put your Sim to bed at night and you hit fast speed, that's about as fast as The Sims goes. Five o'clock in the morning. Waiting for, you know, how it is. You get your Sim all exhausted, you gotta just wait. Wait for the precise moment. Get him as much sleep as possible before waking him up. 6 o'clock. Stretch it out. I don't need breakfast. I can just grab something out of my cooler because I'm an off-grid liver. Look at that. Stop the clock. Wake up the Sim. Get to work. Get in the cooler. Grab the bagel. Get out the door. The best DLC to me so far, Horse Ranch is pretty cool, and I know that make me seem like Holly Hobby or something like that. You know, My Little Pony. It's not like that. I grew up around horses. So I enjoy that an awful lot. I want more, and I know there's going to be more. I basically wanted like the Bonanza kit. Right, I want the whole ranch now. want a chuck wagon, you know, I want I want the full country experience. But the best thing that I've experienced so far is, what is it called? Getting famous, where you can become a movie star. So it's not a rabbit hole. You go to the studio, you go to makeup, you go to costume, you go to the set. You have to go into, you know, get on your mark, and okay, the director will say go, and you've got to film a scene and then move to the next area of the set and film that scene. And you know, it's a full experience. And because they have things in the Sims now like moodlets, so I mean, sure, you could just go through the motions and do it, you know, and get paid, go to work, get paid, get out of there, become famous, you get all the perks that come with it. But if you really want to get into it, right? I take this seriously. I take my acting very seriously. You know, they have moodlets and potions. They have all these ways to affect your Sim's emotion, positively or negatively, really. And so having all those potions and or whatever you need on hand for the scene that you're filming to get your Sim into character. So in somewhere in the fine print, it tells you somewhere that like you could make this, as an actor, you have the potential to make like this much money. Doing it the way that I was doing it, I was making way more than that. So I can say they appreciated the game appreciated the way I approached it, and I was making more than what you were normally gonna get paid. The one that was really, really tough is anger. I even built a room in my house to try to put up negative moodlet things to be mad, but you're famous and that you have the best job in the world, so I would work at work and work to sustain trying to be angry to go film something. And as soon as I step out of my room, I'm all super happy again. So either way, if you haven't played that and you're into the movie thing, I think you're gonna absolutely love it. And there's a first-person mode in the Sims 4 now, so you can hit the tab key and doing your acting job and filming your scenes from a first-person view, a little bit of priceless right there, at least for me. Love it. Love it, love it. So, pardon me, I'm just letting, watching the wheels go round and round. I'm just letting these cities now recover from my initial build and trying to get up to at least 900,000 again. And work on basic design. So over here too, you know, been just working on my avenues, working on my train, a main train kind of in the middle somewhere, making sure that there's enough trade depots for all the freight. Normally this stuff comes later in my thinking, and I don't ever really think. I had never really thought how important it was to consider laying this stuff down first. Never dawned on me that, you know, hey, as soon as you think about building your first job industry, that freight that they're working on, it has to go somewhere. And if you don't have a whole lot of commercial for that freight to get to, now they start freaking out. They're like, we have no place to
We have no place to send our freight. Then they close down, and then you get a yellow flashing, we need workers. And you're going to get in that situation. All right, so having these buildings immediately be able to take that freight, whether it's going to be needed right now or not, and get it out of the factory. You see that I'm either shipping it out on this rail line now. I bought the large trade port, so it's got this rail unit here. Or it's local business, it's taking it out to local businesses here. Local commercial. But you've already seen in the course of just a few hours, I mean, this thing's moving freight. 10 o'clock in the morning, 10:20 in the morning. 10:30. All these things would be lovely, amazingly lovely to have in Sims. What's your favorite thing to do in the Sims? I'm looking forward to, oh, whatever the new stuff is. Again, Christine picked it up, so I'll be checking it out soon. The hobbies, all I know is as a dude, I saw that there's a drywall tile. You know, when you're putting your walls up, and you can, the texture of the wall, the wallpaper, the paint, whatever, the wall texture. There's a drywall. So when you're building a house and you're putting up, before you paint the walls, I mean, it's a sheet of drywall. That's what they call it. And I was all happy about seeing that. And then I saw, like, they got a working hot water heater. I got all happy about that. And there's a fuse box that they got now. Happy about that. Guess they got, you know, I remember last, they had the air conditioners. So I'm not really interested in playing. Yeah, but again, I'm so glad that you can play it any way you want. You know, if you're into the fairies and you're into the making magic stuff and werewolves and everything. Me, I'm, you know, into the air ducts, the venting, the fan venting, the rooftop vents, the heaters, the thermostat. Whoops. I know most of the stuff is just decorative, but I'll be building sub-basements and I'm like, you know, if I don't have proper ventilation down here, it could develop mold. And they do have that now. There is that was it. I left playing it right before something about like a dirty pack, like mold can grow, and that was, I don't know which. I'll have to ask Christine. I forget. I'll find out again soon enough. Again, I'm gonna be loading it all up again, and Christine's a Sims fanatic. Her and the kids. And so I think I can safely say we probably have 99% of the kits and expansion packs. Everything. And for Sims 3 too. Been thinking about picking that up. Checking out Sims Medieval. I played it, really loved it. It wasn't exactly what I wanted. I didn't really want them to create a spin-off. I had been asking for a Medieval forever. And it's cool that they made Medieval a standalone, but I didn't want it to be a standalone. I wanted it, same kind of thing. I wanted a region, if I have Sims Medieval, that I get a new region. I get my Sims Medieval region. It's really cool the way they did, though. I mean, by adding all the adventure stuff in there, the like D&D, you know, activities and things. But then it had no real build mode. It wasn't The Sims. I couldn't build my castle. I was so excited when I first got in there, and then I can't build anything. So, you know, a hit and a big miss at the same time. That's definitely the way I really enjoyed playing. I've always been an off-gridder. Like when they first introduced tents and things like that. I'm also mostly maybe a weird term, a basement dweller. I like building down. I like leaving the surfaces of the lots as pristine as I can for trees and other really cool things. I don't even like people to know that I live there. There's no way to just put a door in the ground and have that. You know, you have to build something to be able to get down into the sub-basements, the basements and sub-basements. But I love building down rather than building up. So anyway, people are saying, I want Sims Towers. Well, at the moment, you can't really do a Sim Tower, but it's... Try doing a 64 by 64 grid, 5 stories down first, and then, what, 5 stories up? Just try to do that first and max it out. That's a lot. You can get a lot of Sims in that thing. And right at the moment, it was like 6 to 8 families or 6 to 8 residences, but they still said, hey, it's based on how good your computer is. I forgot to kind of do a station identification thing at the top of the hour. One moment, please. I'll be right back. Do you ever get a Jones to play something you haven't played in a long, long time? Well, I have a SimCity 2013 Jones. It's been nagging at me for days. I haven't seen an assassin for days in the EA app, but I'm not sure that I'm happy about that. It's a madness, I tell you. A madness. It's going to consume up entirely too much of my time. You see all this fancy stuff they're displaying in this intro teaser? Well, I always seem to implode before I ever get to the fancy future stuff. I think I develop too fast, get too impatient, get a little too crazy with trying some things. So my Jones wants me to try to take it a bit slower on the development and pay close attention to the basics of population growth and basic resource demands. I want to try to get multiple cities working together, buying and selling resources and goods, then work up to regional transportation, then work up to all the future fancy stuff, and then maybe even, finally, create one of the great works. Now, that all sounds good right now, but I'm not sure how it's going to go this time around. Anyway, I got the SimCity Jones, I tell you. The Jones! And it's a madness. It is. It is absolutely a madness. Happy Saturday night to you. Kenya's here playing SimCity. 5 more minutes, Turkish. So, one of my friends, Max, was in the room the other day, and I said, oh, I'm going to wrap it up here. I got to get ready for my Flight Sim live stream. My Sky Dude Flight Sim live stream. And then I didn't quit. You know. And Max says, oh, I thought you were leaving.
I'm like, yeah, I thought so, but 5 more minutes, you know. He's like, yeah, but you said 5 minutes like an hour ago. Yeah, time flies. Are you gonna quit yet? No, 5 more minutes. So that became the joke. 5 more minutes. We're talking about movies. If you've ever seen the movie Snatch, Max is a Jason Statham fan, and in the movie Snatch, Jason Statham plays a character named Turkish. And Turkish and his friend Tommy are hanging out in like a parking garage. Their own parking garage somewhere in a warehouse. I don't know where the hell they're at. Anyway, they're in this garage. And there's a gentleman, an older gentleman, looks to be like an ex-boxer type character. He's over there frying, grilling sausages. And Turkish is waiting on his sausages. And I don't know what the guy's name is, but he's like, yeah, Bob, whatever. One of the sausages is going to be ready. And the guy looks over and he goes, 2 minutes, Turkish. So then Turkish and Tommy get into this conversation about something. And it's pretty lengthy. But once the dialogue is done, he looks back over at that guy and he's like, where's the sausages? And the guy goes, 2 minutes, Turkish. And he said, but you said 2 minutes 5 minutes ago. That's me playing SimCity. 5 more minutes, Turkish. Just give me 5 more minutes, I'll figure it out. I won't implode this time. It's like, you've been live streaming for 12 hours. I know, man. Just 1, I have no life, and 2, it's so damn addicting, just like The Sims. You sit down, you turn it on, and there goes a day. $2,587 an hour. Lovely. Where are we at? September? Okay. Man, must have really been talking. Now we got to catch the other cities up. $1,584,000. We're making 16,945 an hour. I've never seen money like that before. Honestly, don't even understand how. But woohoo! All right, so this is June. We can let it run full speed for a couple of months, and let's do a cleanup. The homeless. What's going on over here? Small trade. Okay. I thought it was like the gun icon. I'm like, oh my god, somebody got murdered over here. No. I did not give my fire station their fire alarm. This dispatches the fire trucks twice as fast. And when I started, I must not have had the money to even consider it, so put that down, put our flag down. And I can say we can safely afford now another garage. Got the wealth zones. Using these, I've, if you're just messing around, these can seem awful boring, the data maps and using data maps. But they're really important. So actually using them to be able to understand what the population is, what the densities are. Understanding how many workers are working where. There's 75 workers. 5 low wealth tourists. 4 shoppers. Each of these houses, I don't know when they switch over to shoppers or become shoppers. Maybe that's medium wealth, but you'll see houses with, well, all these blue people walking around, shoppers. Looks like the students are just driving around, hanging out with their friends. But being able to know how many workers are where, very important. The industrial map, knowing how much freight is being produced, how many workers there, and how much, well, knowing the profit, that's cool too, but knowing how much freight is being made. That goes back to understanding that if they don't have a place to dump their freight, they'll switch themselves off. So going back to me talking earlier about putting down the trade depots early on, a trade depot here and there with a freight area, even if they don't have a place to move, a business to send it directly to, a commercial lot, having a place for them to get rid of it, get it out the door, and just get it somewhere into one of these places so that it can be used. Because you don't want all these buildings shutting on and off all the time. Because then they gotta fire all the workers and rehire the workers, and there's delays and really pay attention to your residential, your RCI levels down here. They don't want any commercial, none whatsoever. There's no demand. They do want more residential. A lot of it. There they go. Moving that freight. Oh boy. They still mad about the taxes? Taxes. Oh yeah, didn't we raise the taxes to 20? Is that here? Yeah, we raised all the taxes to 20 here. Oh yeah, I'm like, I don't know why we're making so much money. I don't even understand how we're making this kind of money. Oh yeah, that's right. We went all evil a minute ago and raised everything to 20. That's why. But look at how much money you could make having taxes all the way up. Woohoo! These Sims, normally I'm always concerned, like, once I get a Sims established, I don't like, just thinking of them as disposable and not worrying about taking them out if I have to. And now I'm going the other way. They're completely disposable. I'm not going to worry about it. I don't care if they like the taxes or not. I just need there to be enough money for me to make big changes if I have to. Make big design changes if I have to. So coming up here soon, I've talked about I would like to be able to show you the amusement park again. And that's going to require that we have a little bit more high tech going on. So might have to drop a university, might not. But what I'd like to do is possibly knock out a large area like this for something. We have a lot of specializations we can do. Right now, these are all just basic cities. But when we come over here and start looking at some of these things, they don't have any resources, so we can't do any mining, we can't do any drilling. This is where you find all the trade port stuff. Because it's sandbox mode, you don't have to have these headquarters and things like this. But normally, if you were not playing in sandbox mode, before you can get those kind of things and be able to drop them, you're going to need stuff like this. Amass a fortune as an import-export master. Buy from the global market at low prices and sell when you can make the most simoleons. Profit from the global market to expand your trading options. So you would have to be able to put this down first, 450 an hour, and then you can get access to these. So I already have those. The electronics. You would need the electronics headquarters, then the processor factory, and then the consumer electronics factory. Everything indicates that this is where you're absolutely going to just make massive amounts of money. So you want this recycle plant collecting plastics and alloy. And as long as you have Sims, they will never stop producing plastics and alloys. Okay. Then you put down the processor plant, you send those plastic, you need a trade port, ship those plastics and alloys to. Then they will take it to the processor factory, and they will knock out computer processors. Now you can make a ton of money just selling the processors, but if you then put down the consumer electronics factory, you can make televisions and computers. And selling televisions, you make more massive amounts of money. They said all indications seem to point to the recycle plant, processors, and the TVs, and you're gonna roll in the money. And we'll have enough money to do all the cool Cities of Tomorrow expansion stuff. Okay. And we might do that a little bit later, but I was talking about specializing. Here's culture. Landmarks, stadiums, attractions, and houses of worship. So you've got quite a few landmarks you can put down. They're quite expensive. And then they cost each hour. I think this is one of the best ones you can get right here at the Tokyo Tower. So it actually broadcasts J-dramas and anime to all the homes in your city. That's got to make them happy. 350 an hour, 50,000 simoleons. The Washington Monument. Willis Tower. 108-story tall building is the tallest building in the United States. Chicago, USA. This one's awesome. St. Basil's Cathedral. The official name of this Red Square Cathedral is far too long to get into. It's in Moscow, Russia, but wow. the architecture that just, it's all super fantasy. Stockholm City Hall, the Sydney Opera House, Statue of Liberty. I don't even know how to pronounce that. I like this one. The Globe Theater. All the world's a stage, and now you can bring yet another replica of the Globe Theater to your city. So this one actually works too. Not just being a landmark. People come to it. Maximum attendance, 3,000 people, high tourist attraction. Leaning Tower of Pisa. Empire State. A Dutch windmill. Now, if this were SimCity Societies, which would be awesome, and it had SimCity Societies gameplay tied to it, you know, it could actually function, possibly as a venue. Okay, then we have stadiums, an expo center, and a pro stadium. 15,000 maximum attendance. Maximum. Attractions, here's where we get into our amusement parks. There's Funshine, Wheels of Wonder, Thrill Land, World's Largest Ball of Twine, Larry the Large Llama, Giant Garden Gnome, Dolly the Dinosaur, and my favorite, Maxis Man. And then houses of worship. I've already got some laid down here, and you don't have just a church. You have a church, a mosque, a modern temple, and, you know, more like a Buddhist. And I put those down right away to try to chill out the population. I don't know how they actually, what do they do? It makes them happy to have it. You get visitors. I don't know if they just treat it like a tourist attraction or if it actually is like a moodlet. If it was SimCity Societies, absolutely. It's a moodlet. When Sims go there, they get happy. And in societies, they have a chance to become something else. For example, they can pick up a trait by going in there. They can become, in societies, they can become a fighting monk, which is weird, but cool. That's like a fighting Buddhist monk. They can become a faith healer. Now that would be awesome, because then people that go there, they have a chance of becoming a faith healer, and that helps your population overall by reducing the workload on the clinic. Societies has the midwife. Before the medical facilities or the clinic is even available to put down, you have a midwife. And the midwife does just that. 6 Sims go to the midwife. But they also have the chance of... The midwife increases the chance that people become faith healers. So the midwife passes on her knowledge to other Sims, and then they can run around healing other people. It's far out. SimCity Societies was really cool. Unfortunately, I was playing it in the afternoons, and now it's just continually doing runtime errors, and it just is refusing to play. So, well, that was it. That's where I'm at. I'm done kind of right now until I can figure out what's causing these runtime errors. But And I didn't even get to the Destinations pack. The Destinations DLC for the societies allowed us to create the resorts. So people in the Sims community were screaming for, I want to be able to build my own region. I want to build a resort. I want to build a hotel. I want, you know, a cool resort town. And that's exactly what SimCity Society's Destinations does. So beachfront properties are all kinds of different properties, and create your own custom resort towns. I think they said something about interesting, like, travel possibilities. Like, you can create waterway travel. Not really sure. Never got to see it. So EA and Maxis never bothered to make sure the crap worked right, and they haven't fixed it. And it tells you download when you get societies that you get destinations, and it downloads, and it puts up a link, a shortcut icon on your desktop for you to click on it and play the Destinations DLC, and then it doesn't play. So they've screwed up the EXEs somewhere. They're mad about the high taxes, but we're up to 2 million. Not enough places to ship freight. Okay. All right. Well, we've made 2 million. I'll lower it now. Uh-oh, I was making money and now I'm losing money. Not much, but I mean, we were making like 16,000 an hour there for a minute. It was great. All right, get happy. So that's what happens when you raise the taxes to 20. Let's be more generous. There. We can eat that for a short period of time. Be a cool mayor for a while. What month are we in? We are in September. We need to go up to Norwich. April. Here we go. Last time we were here, we finally got the recycle plant put in. Added some more industry. Added a boulevard. A main boulevard coming up this route. We are going to need one going this way.
So we're back up to almost 1 million. Great. Yay. So let's do that then. We've got enough money. So let me pause this. Let's rip all this out. This is a mess. Whoops. Now that I didn't actually want to do. Gotta be real careful here. The upgrade tool. So that's as high as we can go. We can't turn it into a high density avenue. Oh well, good enough. Same with all this. Should have thought about that first before I actually committed to laying down the major trade route here. Trade depot. Is getting this onto a boulevard. Gonna have to move the fire station. Yep. Yes. Good enough. All right. So that's kind of the way I've been playing. Not just putting in a bunch of people to start with, so that we have plenty of money and our building money. So to do stuff like that, to be able to work on the design. Let me grab my beverage here, my water. Cheers. Here's to your health, well-being, and prosperity. Thanks for tuning in on this fine Saturday night. I hope you're having a blast like I am. Thanks for joining, putting a big smile on my face. You're awful quiet, though. What are your thoughts on all this? What are you thinking on a Saturday night? Man, I wish we could play music.
I know that there are services you can get and pay for to get music for your live stream, but then there's always these little clauses in the background that are like, well, it was good for the duration of the live stream, and as soon as the live stream is over and it's archived, it's no longer a live stream. Now it's an archived video, long format video, and now it's a copyright violation because some bot said that they own the music, and now you can't monetize it. Or, you know, while we were doing this, you know, 15 tracks played, and every one of them now is monetizing your video. The house always wins, man. YouTube is crazy. It, you know, sometimes I find them very hypocritical, and I hate being controversial and slamming YouTube while I'm live streaming on their service. But we haven't always got along, and, you know, they'll send me information like, well, you know, there's just too many types of this video out there, and we you know, you need to really consider removing these videos, you know. But then every day there's 1,000 videos that are duplicates of whatever the other people are doing. How many people have reacted to ELO Mr. Blue Sky now? You know? How many reaction videos do we need? If we could be controversial, I would, you know, you don't ever get like the people that do reaction videos, and it's just all negative. Like if I were to do one, everybody usually doing like reacting to music, like, I've never heard this before. This is the best thing I've ever heard. I'd want to do just the opposite. This is garbage. I can't believe they got in a studio and somebody said it was a good idea to waste any time on this. Oh, but yeah, every day there's like 10 videos. Hey, change this one setting in YouTube and you're going to go viral. You know, so just looking over at YouTube going, where are you the ones telling me that there's just two, you know, you've already got one? Shouldn't that guy get to be the one that does it and everybody else's shouldn't count? According to your rules? They make rules and they change things, and sometimes it can be very confusing. That's why I'm not a sim guru, YouTube guru, raking in the big bucks. It's kind of sad. I suck bad at whatever it is we're supposed to be doing on YouTube with the monetization stuff. Just, I'm the worst. Turn on a video, it's like this 13-year-old kid. So I made $2 million last year on these videos, and it's like, Jesus, really? This one influencer finally came on and admitted that all the videos that he was making were just BS. They were just complete and total BS. You're like, do you want to increase your Wi-Fi speed? Do this. It's got like strap 2 batteries to the cable and wrap it some duct tape around it or electrical tape. You'll double your internet Wi-Fi or internet speeds. Do this hack. And they were all just goofy to see if he could get people to do stupid things. Laughing all the way to the bank. And I was like, oh, I'm sorry about all that. Now I'm doing legitimate tech videos. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I'm over here playing SimCity. I have made 0.00000 That's all right. Oh my gosh. We must have had a wicked fire up here. Holy moly, I wasn't paying attention. Wow, the devastation. No wonder we're losing money. Oh yeah, I took out their fire department, didn't I? Probably a good place to put a bigger one. Yikes. Negative 818. Well, they gotta, it'll be fine once they get reestablished. Thank goodness it didn't hit our trade port. May, year 2. So next, I kind of want to put a boulevard running this way and that way. Maybe a lot later. That's going to take out all these people. Didn't plan this one too well. Didn't think about it. Man. The tech level is not increasing. Even though we have the community college and we actually have quite a bit of people here. Somebody's messaging me at 4 o'clock in the morning? 2 o'clock in the morning? What in the heck? Really?
My dear heart, let me tell you something our grandmothers knew, something the ancients whispered under their breath as they swept porches and opened windows wide to greet the morning sun. Salt is not just seasoning, it is sacred, it is covenant, it is governing, it is power. Now, don't you think for one moment that this is superstition dressed in Sunday clothes? No, baby. This is faith with feet. This is the quiet wisdom of women who prayed through the night, humming hymns while they sprinkled salt and scripture in equal measure. And I have come to remind you that God moves where faith has prepared a place. So take heed, beloved. Put salt in these 5 places in your home and watch God move. Child, come a little closer. Sit with me a while. Let me tell you about the place you walk past every single day, the place where blessings enter and troubles try to slip in unaware. The front door, yes, baby. That door of yours is more than wood and hinges. It is the threshold, the sacred divide between your sanctuary and the world's wild winds. Every time you turn the knob and step into your home, you cross over into something spiritual, something protected, something holy. But do you treat it as such, or do you let anything walk in? You see, my grandmother used to say, a house ain't a home until you've prayed over the door. And she meant it. Before the furniture came in, before the walls were painted, before a rug kissed the floor, she would stand at that door with a hand full of salt and a heart full of prayer. She knew what most folks forgetting, the front door is the gate of your life. It is where God's blessings enter and where the devil tries to make his way in too. So, take some salt. Not too much, just a pinch will do. And place it gently at your threshold. Speak over it, not just with your mouth, but with your heart. Whisper words that angels.
Let me stop that there. Yeah, so somebody, I don't know, it could be you. Somebody sent that to me. I have no idea who that is. At 3 o'clock in the morning. And that's really cool. And you know what? I know that. I know all of that. I am aware of all of that. But I haven't done anything like that in a long time. I have not felt that I needed to salt anything. But I haven't done it here. And maybe I should. And you know what, folks? I need a break anyway. I need just a short one. Yeah, 5 minutes. It's 5 minutes to the top of the hour. So I will be right back in 5 minutes. I'm gonna go grab a beverage, and I'm gonna grab some salt. And I've got 2 thresholds. I've got a door. I've got 3. Got a door over here, a door over there, and a door over there. Three portals to deal with. Do you ever get a Jones to play something you haven't played in a long, long time? Well, I have a SimCity 2013 Jones. It's been nagging at me for days. So I reinstalled it from the EA app, but I'm not sure that I'm happy about that. It's a madness, I tell you. A madness. It's going to consume up entirely too much of my time. You see all this fancy stuff they're displaying in this intro teaser? Well, I always seem to implode before I ever get to the fancy future stuff. I think I develop too fast, get too impatient, get a little too crazy with trying some things. So my Jones wants me to try to take it a bit slower on the development and pay close attention to the basics of population growth and basic resource demands. I want to try to get multiple cities working together, buying and selling resources and goods, then work up to regional transportation, then work up to all the future fancy stuff, and then maybe even, finally, create one of the great works. Now, that all sounds good right now, but I'm not sure how it's going to go this time around. Anyway, I got the SimCity Jones, I tell you. The Jones! And it's a madness.
I'm coming. Mission successful, by the way. Ah, okay. Do. So what's going on here with the school? Oh, really? Oh, boy. The poop. The poop. And they want more medical. Well, I'm sure all that poop lying around wasn't helping matters. So, let's see where we at. July. The clinic, like, we can't treat anybody and help anybody with all this poop, can you? I'm sorry. Everybody's sick. I can't thank you enough. I would say, hey, thanks for tuning out on a Saturday night, but it's a Sunday morning now. And as far as the message that you sent, the video that you linked, and the message that you're sending, mission accomplished. Doesn't take but a word and a pinch and a quick throw and a, you know. I know the process. And so I just quickly dealt with 3 portals. Well, 4. So thanks for the reminder. I really appreciate that. Unexpected. Too much sewage. Yeah, I'm sorry. What is it? Are they still closed? Yeah, having businesses shut down and then reopen can be a big problem, as you see, because right now, all the Sims, you know, it's not like they have jobs there. It's just whatever Sim, when they go to work, the first job they can find, and this is way over here, so it's kind of like the last job people get to. And usually at the start of these games, when I set up stuff like that over here, I usually just put down 1 or 2 homes. So as soon as they walk out the door, they have no choice. You're going to work there. See if we can get them to turn the lights on. A couple of them walked in. It wasn't enough to get the lights on. There are people there, though. It says there are 9 workers there. But it's not enough. That makes sense. You know, it's a bigger place. That was the magic number. Interesting way to think about playing The Sims. You know, if they do ever allow you to, you know, do bring back SimCity. Starting a Sims city in The Sims. With nothing. So you would have to put down the power plant. A power plant. And you would have to make sure people are working there. And I know that that may not sound appealing to a lot of Sims players, but that sounds incredible to me. So what games are you currently playing? Everybody's being so quiet in the chat room. What games are you currently playing? Are you playing The Sims? Have you picked up all the latest DLCs? I'm in offline mode. Let's go online. Oh, I hope I'm not knocking off my kid or something. So they've got trying to see if it'll show you the EA screen. It doesn't seem like it. The EA app. So they've got perfect patio. Create an ideal outdoor space. Pick up the Sims 4 perfect patio stuff for a hot tub and more. Outdoor retreat. Go camping this summer. Pick up the Sims 4 outdoor retreat for hiking, stargazing, and more. We already have stargazing. Cool off seasons. Cool off. Oh, so these are ones we already have. They're just advertising old packs. Spring into summer available now. Discover the shores of Solani Island and island living. Yeah, these are all. We have all these. We have seasons. What about the new ones? The newest add-ons for The Sims. Here we go. Golden Years kit. So, I guess dressing like old people. I'm sure Christine will get it. Business chic. Not really for me. Refined living room. Not really interested. Sims 4 Love and Family. Nope. Businesses and hobbies. I know she's picked up Crystal Creations. I know we have For Rent, Home, Chef, Hustle. Yeah. Life and Death. I think she even picked... Yeah, she did. She picked up Journey to Batuu. I had no idea there was a Star Wars a DLC for The Sims. Werewolves, have it. Realm of Magic. Restoration Workshop says she's picked it up. That sounds interesting. And she picked up Casanova Cave and Artist Studio. Riviera Retreat, Little Campers. Little Campers. The Sims 4 Little Campers kit. Was it for like toddler camping? Says she picked that up. Restoration Workshop. Included in this pack, build mode pack items. Yeah, this is kind of what got me going. Workshop tables. The water heater. The drywall. Get excited for drywall. Silly. They should do another. That's if they're gonna do drywall, they need to have like just framing. That'd be kind of cool. My house is always in a state of development. Looks like they've got a fuse box now. Can't click on it and find out more about it. Fuse box, water heater, and drywall as a dude. I really like that. So cool. Some oh, it was there. It just now came up. How interesting. Sorry. It is there. Can't see it. I don't know if you can see my mouse though. Yeah, you can. There's the fuse box. There's, looks like the water heater. There's the drywall. Can't tell if that's an old radio or a Geiger counter. That looks like a coffee. Okay, coffee maker and a stove. But nice toolboxes. I like that. Industrial sink. These look like your Snap-on toolkits. I need more stuff like this. The restoration workshop. Christine was telling me that you can find things and restore them. I don't know about going into dumpster diving if you're all into that. That seems a great way to go out and just get a bunch of stuff and fix it. She says she really had a good time with the Grim Reaper stuff. What was that one called? I haven't done it yet. Life and Death. See what I mean? I wasn't kidding when I said she gets everything. What is that one? They don't give a description once you purchase it. Yeah, this is all toddler stuff. Of course she got it. So yeah, I'll be back to checking a lot of this stuff out. And again, if what I'm understanding is they're now, the Sims and SimCity are now using the same game engine, the glass box engine. That means there's no reason why, as a politician sim, or just for the heck of it, that you can't buy SimCity and move between the two things. Got all these people at the community college hanging out up on the roof. Is they smoking up there? Smoking outside? You know, that sounds like a good idea. It's close enough to the 20-minute mark. It's time for the smoke break. This smoke break brought to you by the Great Green Growers from Henford and Begley. I'm sure somebody's made an illegal mod, right? Oh, I know that they have. I know that I've seen like the smoking mod and the drinking mod, and Christine was having fun with that one for a while. Yeah, so The Sims. Yeah, I heard that's a popular sim game right now. Not made by Maxis or EA. It's I don't even know if I want to talk about it because I'll be getting flagged for talking about adult things. So there's a sim out there right now that's really popular. where you have a career being a seller of illicit substances. And it's very popular. So, yeah. For The Sims, it'd be the, could be the 420 expansion pack. Hey, I got some great trivia for you if you're a Sims fan. Here's the trivia question. And I think the answer might blow your mind if you don't know. Here comes the question. I'll give you the answer in a moment if you don't know it. If you do, please type it in the chat room. Anybody who can do it, I don't have a gift for you, but you win the internet for the day if you can answer, if you know the answer. When? Is that the right way to start it even? What title did Simlish first appear? Does that make sense? In what Maxis title did Simlish first appear? If you know the answer, please type in the chat room. You don't have to trust me on the answer for this. You can Google this yourself and find the answer. I was surprised. I didn't know. And when I asked Christine, she threw out her answer. She didn't. She was wrong. Because if you remember early Maxis games at all, yeah, all of the radio spots were in English, and they had some strange ones. Like local newspaper stuff, based on, I don't know if it was where the developers lived, or if they were creating their own little imaginary world, but you had all these like local newspaper ad stuff. Anyway, they had lots of voice actors, and they would do these elaborate commercials and radio spots and TV spots, and but yeah, at some point they switched, and I think it was right around the time they started kind of going international, because the Maxis titles were now very popular in Japan and other countries. And so those folks couldn't really enjoy that kind of content. And so, you know, let's create Simlish. Nobody's typing in the chat room. I'll give you the answer. SIMCOPTER. Can you believe it? I was surprised. SIMCOPTER was the title that introduced Simlish to the world. Christine thought it was Sims 1. I did too. All right, where are we at? $50 an hour. We've made $1 million. We are in October. Okay, October. Was this one in December? I think so. All right, let's hang out here for just a little bit more. All I'm doing, I'm sorry, I'm just looking at the overall big design, thinking about putting in some avenues, or either way, just letting them build up money. I'm really not. I've got all the trade stuff kind of in place. All the trade ports. Yikes. And so just letting them, each city that I built, I spent almost all the money, so it's just been waiting for the money to rebuild. So we're over $1 million again here. Got the recycle plant going. Alloys and plastics. Yeah. There we are. It's the 20-minute mark. I really like all the off-grid living stuff in The Sims. And I always do my rags to riches that way. I always start out with living off-grid as much as possible. And I'm not really interested in having a big house. I'm a sub-basement dweller. And I don't like spoiling my plot with a big old ugly structure right away. So I build down before I build up. So really, I feel like every time I start a game of The Sims, it's like that song, Mean Mr. Mustard. You know, this guy lives in a hole. That's me. Just, I dig a hole, a one-room hole, and I get a cooler and a lantern. The very basics of whatever you possibly need. And I really like robots. So I start working my way up to like building robots in my hole in the ground. But I like using all my surface area for other things. And now that they've got the, you know, like the clean, the eco living or whatever it is, and you can do solar panels and the wind turbines, and you can super upgrade them so that they don't break down as much and blah 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 blah. I like creating little mini utility plots and raking in the money that way. You can make money selling power to the city. That's very cool. That is very SimCity's like. Or building a park, or making it all green and paint everything green so everything fits in the environment and you can't tell that there's anybody living there. Yeah, it's rumored that they're going to be bringing the band stuff back. And love the robots, and I remember in Sims 2 or 3 being in one of my well-decorated sub-basements, hanging out with my robots and having a stage, and my robots would just jam. The new ones, they're all right. The new ones are kind of, the maintenance and upkeep, they're definitely different from the earlier robots, and I think I like the earlier ones a little bit better. Sims 3 was amazing, man. I feel you, all you Sims live streamers, when you're talking about there's something missing, there's something wrong, they're not as smart as they used to be. Like, they don't have the autonomy they used to have. And I think you can kind of get that again if you turn on the stories parts. But a lot of the influencers are telling people, oh, turn off all the stories. I think that you should take a good look at what stories is and then switch certain things on and off accordingly. I wouldn't say just tell everybody, freak everybody out and tell them, turn off stories, man. No. It just depends on what you're trying to do. If you want that autonomy back and things to just kind of run on their own, you might want to have them on. But it's not totally perfect yet. For example, all of a sudden you're playing and all of a sudden everybody in your town has moved out. because they have the ability to, if you turn it on, for them to just pick up and move anytime they want. Go live somewhere else. So when I'm building sims and I'm placing them and I'm trying to make sure that every sim is where I want them to be, control freak, you know, I'll turn that off. I don't want them just after I invest all the time to put them someplace and make sure that they're at the job that I want and blah blah blah. All right, we're losing money. Is there anything out there that needs blown up? Yeah, and homeless. Unskilled workers. Dang it, that community college is failing us. Yeah, it's not doing squat. I mean, it's teaching students, but I don't know if they don't like it there, they don't want to commute there, I don't know what the situation is. But they're not using it and they're not increasing the tech levels. The education was good there for a while, but it's kind of dropped off. Even though we added more libraries. Excuse me. I really don't want to just add another one. Maybe just move it. This whole area is a mess. I really needed an avenue running the length of this thing, and I didn't put it in. And now I want to do a little bit of crying. About on the backside. If I put a road on the backside of it now, it'll stop everything from expanding along here. This is no go, Joe. But that's the only structure of that library. No way to squeak that right down the middle there. Nope, I'm gonna lose it all. I suppose that's all right. So it may not be the college failing us. It could be the lack of me upgrading all the roads to it, making it easier for them to get there. We'll find out. Keep an eye on that 248. What's our education level? Happy Sunday morning to you. Cheers. 33 minutes after the hour. Grab my water. Here's to your health, well-being, and prosperity. Stay hydrated. Okay, so let me put some. Yeah. I don't actually know that we need, even though it's nice to have it set up at the moment, this large trade depot. These smaller trade depots are actually handling everything at the moment. There's not so much in surplus that they're really using it yet. So for the time being, let's save a little bit of money. Where are we at? January, year 3. We need to move. September. Yes, this is what's severely lacking in The Sims 2, is all these kits and all this cool commercial stuff that they're adding in. You can add a job for anything now. Your cats and dogs can have jobs, pretty much. There's no industry. Where's my factory kit? M-U-H factory. My factory. Where's my factory kit? Call it Getting Greasy. I don't know, maybe that's more of a restaurant title. Working up a sweat. Just the dirty jobs, right? Order the dirty jobs DLC and get a custom micro sim. He makes your sim happy because he runs around hanging out at dirty job lots. And you can watch him do those interviews on your television, you know, or you'll have the dirty job show that'll show up on your television screen. That'd be interesting. A sim that runs around your city, checking out the dirty jobs and doing the dirty, a micro sim running around your city, hanging out at all the dirty job venues that you can create. And then while he's there, it's recording footage, which then gets turned into a Dirty Jobs, a Simlish version of Dirty Jobs on one of your television channels. Anything like that. Like you being the Sims reporter, that kind of thing. You're running around town, your Sim town, and you're interviewing people, and you're using your drones and everything else to film footage. Then you go back and you edit it all and do like your social media editing stuff. And you broadcast it. You're the Sims TV station. News, weather, and sports. And then the things that you're recording or doing out there, you turn on your channel, the news channel or whatever, and you see your programming. It's just so many possibilities of things that we can do now. I mean, anything in the past, you always had to like curb your enthusiasm because, I don't know, the computers can do that these days. And that argument is kind of out the window. Now it's, yeah, we can do anything. Anything you can pretty much think of, I'm sure we can do it. So, it's not that those ideas haven't shown up in earlier versions. I mean, you could make videos in the past and put them on your video screens in Sims 3, I think. So that kind of concept. I'd like them to expand upon the expansion of the Getting Famous, the movie studio one. I want more movie roles and on location. That's what they should call that pack. It's the getting famous on locations kit, pack, I don't even know what to call them anymore. Whatever. But now, you don't just work in the studio. If you get the on locations DLC, now you are in the sim version of Tunisia to film your science fiction Star Wars like thing. And now if you have the Star Wars thing, it's even better, right? So exotic locations to film on. I mean that most sincerely. That would be fun. I enjoyed the heck out of the movie career. One of the best things I've ever done, and I'll be loading the Sims 4 up again. I might be, yeah, sooner than later, I'll be loading it again. I should probably just do it now. Start playing this week. But I'll be getting it soon, and I'm going to do the movie career again, because I don't have any of those save files anymore. This time I gotta try to make sure that my character is always not so happy. Because some of these roles require that you get, you know, you're supposed to be like, in an angry... filming a scene that requires you to be a little bit more angry, and it's hard getting a happy sim into an angry mood. Turn it on and turn it off. So I'm gonna see if this time around maybe I can create somebody who's maybe a little more hot-headed for those roles some way, because I tried so hard. I had to surround myself with negative moodlets to try to force my sim to become angry and be mad and mean and be in a bad mood or anything, to try to do some of these roles, and I couldn't nail it. The other ones, being happy or euphoric or whatever the other moodlets can do for you, not a problem at all. You know, if you're doing a dance routine or a comedy or whatever. So that's going to be a lot of fun. And of course I'm going to be building sub-basement living again. And now we have the ability with for rent to add a bunch of people. I was having fun with that. I don't know if my save files are going to be there, if they're resident on this computer still when I reload it. I would love to get my robots back. I don't know, they might be gone though, which it doesn't really matter. Anything can be remade again. But I was in the point where I was creating custom construction crew sims, right? So it's a lot of work to create an apartment complex, 5 stories down, 5 or more stories up, and put in residences for more than, or at least 8 families, 8 residences, and get all that operational. Okay. And then saving money by having, so creating a construction crew. So going in and upgrading these, I was trying to go in and upgrade everything myself, upgrade all their appliances, whatever you could do to upgrade to make their dwellings better for rent, that they enjoy living there. So as a sole proprietor, it was taking me forever to go in and upgrade everything. So I just spent a weekend and locked a bunch of guys into a basement with fabricator machines and just developed their handiness skills and their fabrication skills and anything else I needed, so that I could take a group of 4 or 5 plus my robots over to a lot that I'm building and have them all just start upgrading everything. You go do the toilets, you go do the sinks, you go do this, you go do all the whatever, upgrade everything. And that was working really, really well. So I'm gonna need another construction crew. This time around, I've thought to go in and take out every sim and start all over from scratch. Like, I have to make sure that I create every sim. It's an interesting thought. I don't know if I'll do it or not, but a lot of things to explore. So where are we at now? November, year 2. I was happy with Horse Ranch until I found out their adventure, like the adventure aspects of it, like exploring the hidden caves and all that, what do they call them, rabbit holes. That there's really no way to, let's say, beat it. Like, there's 1 million levels to one of the rabbit holes, something like that. The ghost horse in the mist. That was interesting. Where's our education level at here? Well, they're doing a little bit better here. 448 students out of 500. Well, we got that 2 million now after raising their taxes to 20. So maybe we should now drop a... I think the only thing that matters is the university. That's the only other thing that will raise the tech level. All right, well, let's start out with another room first. I don't want to get the university. That's too big at the moment. Let's just try that. Negative 190, not a problem. And maybe a couple more libraries. These are all very low wealth.
What do we need more of? They don't want any commercial. Oh wait, low wealth is finally kind of climbing. We got a green arrow, and then it goes away. We haven't had any commercial demand pretty much this entire time. So my opening monologue, if you want to call it that, tonight was, let me repeat this for you as we near the top of the hour. So out on my main page, I'm seeing a lot of posts today, two in particular that popped up today, declaring the Sims 4 is dying or dead, or the Sims, the life sim is dead as far as the Sims is concerned. Sims 4 is a dead end. And statements of EA Maxis better shift into high gear and deliver better Sims. Now, again, I'm talking about all the amazing things we could do. I don't think it's dying. I think things are still missing. So anyway, along with these videos, a stream of wants and demands for the Sims 4, 5, whatever's next. That sound a lot to me like what I'm hearing is when I'm listening to you folks put out these videos. Even like Satch, some of the bigger ones. Satch and Simsy and Whiny and Plummy and all you guys. So what I'm hearing from you is we want SimCity. You don't even know what you're asking for. You're like, I want this and I want that and I want this. And I hear, I want SimCity. I want SimCity. I want streets of SimCity. I want to drive my car. I want to go places. They don't even know about streets of SimCity. So every time I hear them talk about cars now, they're like, well, you're going to go see exotic locations. Really? That's it? Maybe you'll be a DoorDasher? That the best you want? Is that you want to be an Amazon driver? In this game, you need drivers. Sure. There are freight drivers. There's trucks required for all of this. You could be a garbage collector. You could be one of the recycled trucks. Sure, why not? But that's the best you can come up with? Streets of SimCity was Grand Theft Auto before there was Grand Theft Auto. I'm not lying to you. So in Streets of SimCity, you could drive around and get better upgrades for your car, and you could get armor plating, and you can fight back against the people that are chasing you down and causing you a bad time. You can get oil slicks, smoke screens. I think you could drop mines. I believe you can get rocket or missile launchers. I'm not lying to you. You could get hover tires. Yeah, who needs a bridge when you're Maxis man? Or Maxis gal, Maxis late, whatever. The Maxis unicorn, I don't care. But you see how that's a lot more exciting than I just want a car? Okay, so what else I'm hearing? I want, like I mentioned this earlier, building apartment complexes. I want apartment complexes. What I hear is, I want SIMTOWER. I hear you say, I want to create resort locations. I want gambling, and I want casinos, and I want, beachside resorts or ski resorts, whatever. I want to create cool towns. I want to create my own towns, and I want them to be way more thematic and this and that. And what I hear is, oh, I want SimCity societies.
Why can't I go to space? Why is space an Easter egg? Look at those. Listen to Kinnis. He was just ranting a minute ago about how awesome it is to be the movie career and all these cool things that you can do, and spends all this time getting into moods to do the scenes right, and I can build this cheesy rocket ship, and it's Easter egg, and my career's Easter egg. How come I can't go to space? Why can't I go to other planets? See aliens and have woohoo with them, because that's what you people enjoy. Off-grid living with the aliens. And what I hear is, I want SPORE. So, surprisingly, in my opinion, that's exactly what the creator will write. And I don't know if he was the only one, but he's the one credited, always only, as being the creator of SimCity, the creator of all these other titles, the creator of The Sims. And in his early videos, he demonstrates how all these titles are supposed to work together. So over 30 years ago, the promise that we were all given is that all these titles, as we move forward, would tie into one another, including The Sims. The Sims were for us, SimCity folks. Remember? You might not be old enough to know that. The Sims were for us. And somewhere along the way, somebody said, nah, SimCity players we're not going to play with the dollhouse, and that's what they called it. And probably wasn't the best name to throw out there for the community of SimCity players. But we're giving you a dollhouse. But that's what it was called, dollhouse. And, so they convinced us that we wouldn't play The Sims. I was in love with the idea of The Sims the first moment I saw the ad in the jewel case. Couldn't wait, and have been waiting since. That's why I'm even out here tonight ranting about it. It's the top of the hour. Happy Sunday to you. I hope you're having a great day. Thank you for tuning in. You could be doing anything else, and you're here, and I can't thank you enough. I have a big stupid smile on my face, and I don't know if you're just building up to hit me with something in the chat. Let me know what you think about all this. Oh boy, these buildings need to get back into shape. We're losing money quick. Hello, Cat. How are you? Mr. Oliver's over here. 4 o'clock in the morning. He's ready to go out. Let me do that. It's the top of the hour. Give me just a minute or two to let Mr. Oliver out. Grab another beverage, and I'll be right back. Do you ever get a Jones to play something you haven't played in a long, long time? Well, I have a SimCity 2013 Jones. It's been nagging at me for days. So I reinstalled it from the EA app, but I'm not sure that I'm happy about that. It's a madness, I tell you. A madness. It's going to consume up entirely too much of my time. You see all this fancy stuff they're displaying in this intro teaser? Well, I always seem to implode before I ever get to the fancy future stuff. I think I develop too fast, get too impatient, get a little too crazy with trying some things. So my Jones wants me to try to take it a bit slower on the development and pay close attention to the basics of population growth and basic resource demands. I want to try to get multiple cities working together, buying and selling resources and goods, then work up to regional transportation, then work up to all the future fancy stuff, and then maybe even, finally, create one of the great works. That'd be fantastic. That all sounds good right now, but I'm not sure how it's going to go this time around. Anyway, I got the SimCity Jones, I tell you. The Jones! And it's a madness. Dun 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 dun. Yeah. So when I started playing all these, I was a young person. Hey, speaking of things that I did when I was younger, on Netflix right now, if you have that, they have an asterisk and obelix. I hope I have that. I'm saying that right. Asterisk and obelix. My tongue. Series up. It's called The Big Fight. And these aren't like the live action ones they've done. I didn't know. Anyway, I grew up reading those graphic novel comic books. Either way, some of the most hilarious stories I had ever read growing up, and absolutely loved it. Anyway, these are, I don't know, more like Pixar animation versions, and they're so beautiful. Every scene, not only is the modeling perfect, every character is finally done just so well, come to life. And the designers, the background designers, their use of color is absolutely masterwork. And finally, I got to see Cleopatra. Because in all these other productions that they do, especially the live action ones, they never find an actress that can nail that Cleopatra. And so I was watching another episode of it last night. And Cleopatra makes a cameo. And it was perfect. She turns to the side and, what a wonderful nose. You know. Perfect. So the little kid in me, man, was just cracking up watching it, but the adult me just admiring it so much. Technically, it's beautiful. That was the same as seeing Mortadello and Philemon. The same kind of thing. That's a Spanish one? Another one? Unbelievable. The CGI. Those were really strange. All right, where are we at? February, year 3. Let's move. Mark and move. Did you ever read Blish? Were you a Star Trek fan? Blish. If you did, then you're familiar with Mark and Move. So in the Star Trek adaptations of the original series, the novel adaptations, Kirk is, there's there are layers of Kirk's personality or the way he talks that isn't conveyed in the television production. And one of the things that he's always barking out to the bridge crew is mark and move. And I guess that is proper naval speak. Was never in the Navy. I don't know, but that's what I understand. And so yeah, Kirk is always mark and move. I don't think Kirk ever said that once in the television series. All right, what year? September year 2. September year 2. January year 3. Need shoppers. It's making 3,574 simoleons an hour. That's lovely. And the last time we were here, all of these just increased density. Didn't really want them to. Trying to keep everything relatively small. They just happen to be, their fronts were facing that road when I upgraded it and put it in, or upgraded it. And that is probably why they want more shoppers. Those are commercial plots. Aha. So, one way to remedy that is, they're screaming for more shoppers. They're growing in density when we don't have it, and I don't want them to. So, when I filled up these squares, I just use the residence button like this, and you hold down control, right? And that'll fill an area. So you don't control which side is going to be the front. So when I build these, it has determined that the fronts are on this road here, not on this side of the dirt road. Okay, so again, to fix this, pause. Don't want to shock them too bad. Get your dezoning tool. And we eliminate the fronts. All right. And then sadly say goodbye. Yeah, we don't even really need there to be anything on the sides, because we absolutely want them to grow on this face. Or if you absolutely want them to, grab my D-zone tool and so let me just run with that and see what happens. Each of these little venues, when they go live and turn into something, usually have a little soundtrack, the music, the radio station that they listen to. I wish we had more, like in the Sims, you got TV stations and radio stations. I wish we had that on this level. Because the only way to hear is by clicking on a building, if they're doing something. Let's go to an established part of town. Shred It and Credit Company. 99% interest. Do you have crap? Oh, this is a bank. Shred It and Credit. I see. That sounds like Animal House. Uh-oh, that's it, huh? Dang it. Yeah, it's not so bad. No. Sunday on Soul Train. The Ohio Players. The Platters. The Spinners. And other various dishes. Plateware. Forgive me, it's 4:50 in the morning. I'm a little slap happy. Greenhouse gas. The Grease King. That's great. They'd all kind of listen to the same station. The cluck stops here. Yep. Same. Ah, the bar's back. This place rocks out until like 5 in the morning. We got like another hour. They rock hard. And around 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, they shut down. Usually, everybody realizes they have to go to work. There they go. 6 o'clock. Oh, crap. I've got work. Food Oasis. Zach's Music Shop. Let's go uptown. Where's uptown? Better do some cleanup. October. Wait a minute. I could be wickedly confused. I don't think there is. I think I took out Uptown. I think this whole central region where I put the trade depot was Uptown. Yeah. I don't think they have any commercial at all here. They do not. But there's really nobody here. I mean, it's the police station. So I was planning this to be Uptown, and I needed to put in all the... Should really redo this. It's the... And that high density is not even extending down into this commercial zone. Well, at least we can afford it. All right, so now they got to touch. Okay. So now we have high wealth commercial. We need more. That's medium wealth. And a touch of high wealth. And now we need high density, high wealth residential. Dang you. Always making me spend more than I want to. Or if we can fit another road in here. Jam a couple more low wealth in. All right, community college. It's working, but yeah, not fantastic. 405 students. I don't know that we can get anything into these little tiny spaces. Let's see. Not that way. Maybe. No, they won't. Didn't plan these right, didn't leave enough space to stick little tiny things. Yeah, so going back to The Sims, always thinking about ways that, how do I play both? How do I play The Sims and how do I play SimCity, or how do I make them work? The career path, the mayor path, the politician path in The Sims. That being one way, if you have SimCity, to unlock mayor, or you can just do it if you want to. I don't know, there's a way to do it. But either way, if you just want to take the controlling the sim approach to it and create the mayor and the people that you want to be having working at City Hall, being able to control the taxes, because you have taxes for sure in the sim. You have these ridiculous lot taxes. Shouldn't be based on all the stuff that you have and then tax you for all your stuff. It's a stuff tax. Doesn't make much sense to me. I always get mad. And being able to be the mayor, the cool mayor in your Sims region, and go in and lower the taxes. Or raise them. Having a functioning economy. I heard there was a mod, and I'm not up on the mods, but I heard there was an economy mod, which is far out, if so, and that's very SimCity. So I have to check on this stream here. I did put it that the SimCity can save the Sims franchise. I believe it. Not just SimCity. The other now lost Maxis titles. You need them all. You need all the stuff Maxis has to create the ultimate Sims experience. And that's good for Maxis and EA because they own it already. That's what blows my mind. You own it already. You're not stealing anybody's intellectual property. And you were the first. Right? So nobody can claim that you're taking their ideas. It's getting tired. It is absolutely well known that Maxis was the first to develop these kind of ideas before other gaming companies. So yeah, you have in your cabinet there all these great sim titles that will make the Sims that will save the Sims franchise. So it's literally a win-win. The Sim community gets everything that they want, and Maxis, you've solved your problem. EA, Maxis, you've had the content all along. So I wish you the best, and I don't want to have to wait another 30 years, please. Good Lord. I can't even believe it's 2025. Come on. For goodness sakes, you're EA. How about something truly epic out of you? This would be the perfect franchise for you to do something epic. And then go watch all those asterisk and obelix cartoons on Netflix and hire all those people that are responsible for the lighting and background stuff, especially the lighting. Holy moly. Action. I was really hyped when they said Project Renee, and they're all rebirth. Project Renee means rebirth. So everybody was like, what does Renee mean? What do you mean? What's Project Renee? Rebirth. And so immediately I got happy. Again, always. I always find a way to get stupid happy again, and then only to be let down. But stupid happy because I want to believe so badly that somebody over there finally says, yeah, Will Wright was right all along. And whatever authority we asserted as EA and totally derailed everything, we were chowderheads. And the rebirth means we're going to bring back all the Maxis content. Can you imagine that? If you were the one? If you were the one that created all of these amazing titles and then aren't doing anything with them. You'd never do that. I mean,
Because one, just it's cool and groovy, but two, on just a purely business point of view, the money, oh my god. I can imagine that they have so much money that they're like, we don't need to do that. We don't need, we're not going to do that, Why do we need another $1 billion? That's the way it feels. Shameless. All right. What month are we in? Where are we at? January, year 3. Let's clean up that building and go check Trinity, Clearwater. I think they need power and shoppers too. Power. Yeah, they could use some. They're in February. January. I want all these buildings in The Sims. They're just so awesome. The buildings in SimCity societies, the authoritarian stuff, just so many of the buildings are really awesome. I might have the tilt shift up a little much. The only thing that depresses me is how poor the Sims are. And there was a way that you were supposed to be able to import your sim. When they first did this, they're like, okay, we'll allow you to import your sim, and now I don't even know that you can anymore. I do remember bringing Kineas over at one point, but then you can't play you. You just, it's like that. You gotta find you and click on it. Oh. I'm gonna have them export it right away and dump this group.
They did a great job. You can even see the stuff inside working. Oh, I knew it was going to happen. That's why I was trying to dump this stuff as fast as I could. They shut down. There they go. This is empty, so they should start it back up again. There they go. Alright, we're good. Good. They're back over, they're up to 1,209,000 simoleons. This is just to make a little extra pocket change. We have the ore plant over here. There's a lot of ore under the ground here. I'll be darned. I believe it is chewing through the density. I believe this whole area was red earlier. So it's eating it away. And oops, turn it back on. And there's another deposit right under the darn residential. But again, I'm not locked in on anything, so when it's time, it's time. And as for coal, right now we're just going after the. We just needed enough really to keep the power plant going. And so we're just out on the edge of it. And there's still more all the way around us. So it is starting to chew into this part of the high density. So eventually, yeah, you can deplete these resources. So we're not in a big hurry right at the moment to hurry up and advance into high tech. To, you know, we do have oil fields down here. We can switch to the oil if we have to. I mean, we can still import the coal, but we also have oil if we wanted to get into that. This plot has everything. The other two plots have nothing but water. But that too is a limited resource. A limited resource. It seems. I don't know if the water will fill back up after a period of time. Again, I always implode before discovering that kind of stuff. Speaking of high tech, where are we? That darn college still isn't doing much for us. Even with the improved roads to get people there, the tech level is just so slow. All right, let's move it up near the community college and closer to the rail yard. This whole area is a mess. You know what they don't have? What they don't have in The Sims that SimCity has to offer? I have to load up. Well, wait, I have to load up a city to show you. I don't want to do it here. Let me save this. And we're nearing the top of another hour, so why not? Let's take a short little break from this and we'll come back to it. But I'm thinking about playing The Sims now and having go to OMG. Teabagging Decinius. That's what this game does, man. Oh, and there's not a whole lot here. Shoot. Ah, there's more over there. The Sims 4, if we got SimCity connected to it to tie in, that could mean that we get these. That would be crazy. There he is. Now imagine this happening in your Sims town. Oh no, that house you just finished building. Good thing you saved it in your library. Uh-oh, there went your diner. Oh, not the apartments. I just moved 8 families of Sims into those. And he's gone. Now it's nighttime. Do we have a fire police department? Yeah, we do. All right. Let me pause right here real quick. It's 1:13 in the morning.
Flip me over, Pep.
Grab a bunch of police cars. All right, now is that the clinic? And the fire department. Where are you guys at? All right. Back to the disasters. Zombies. I should have waited till a bunch of cops got hired. Should have just did a couple hours. Because now they're not filled up with cops. But yeah, I usually see the cops running around trying to shoot the zombies. They're trying to get into the church. They got into the church. See the cops shooting at them? Oh, he's running away. He's running away. Or that may have been just a civilian shooting at him. He's running away. Run, Carl. Run, Carl. Carl's pretty fast. Managed to evade him so far. Somebody's shooting. There's one chasing the... That is a cop. Oh, now it looks like a civilian. Oh, they got somebody. They're chewing. Well, shoot him. So what I'm not seeing though with this, it's a little underwhelming, excuse me, is them catching other Sims and creating a horde. So that's kind of what I was... I mean, look at this group right here. All these people. This should be a horde by now. And if we were sitting around the board talking about connecting the Sims to SimCity and adding in the disasters, this is where I would jump up on the table and say, hold on, let me move my mouse so I can kind of slam the table. What we need is the horde. Like from The Walking Dead. Right? This is completely underwhelming. They should, one, be able to catch other Sims. And two, it should be cascading. It should just be like The Walking Dead. It's going to get worse and worse and worse. It's an endgame disaster for the most part. I mean, I guess, you know, you can still try to survive. How long can you survive? Get the Walking Dead experience out of the Sims. That would be really interesting. Okay. I'm surprised it's lasting this long. Usually it's 4:53. I think they go away when the sun comes up. But right now we should have raging hordes and our population should be cut in half. Zombies rose last night, eating the brains of 10. Yeah. 10, come on. First person mode would be great. This one's a little underwhelming too. I would say, okay. Let me smack the table again. We need to get a grip on these aliens. They can't be so small. You need the mothership. Right on. Where's he at? There he is. One, he's awful small and hard to track. Yeah, see what I mean? Hard to track. Now they already have alien abduction in The Sims. What they don't have is Godzilla. He loves trash. Yep, after he gets a snack on at the garbage dump, he takes off. Wonderful. Yeah. Wouldn't that be something? That's not what I wanted. And where are we at? A little after the top of the hour. Be right back. Do you ever get a Jones to play something you haven't played in a long, long time? Well, I have a SimCity 2013 Jones. It's been nagging at me for days. So I reinstalled it from the EA app, but I'm not sure that I'm happy about that. It's a madness, I tell you. A madness. It's going to consume up entirely too much of my time. You see all this fancy stuff they're displaying in this intro teaser? Well, I always seem to implode before I ever get to the fancy future stuff. I think I develop too fast, get too impatient, get a little too crazy with trying some things. So my Jones wants me to try to take it a bit slower on the development and pay close attention to the basics of population growth and basic resource demands. I want to try to get multiple cities working together, buying and selling resources and goods, then work up to regional transportation, then work up to all the future fancy stuff, and then maybe finally create one of the great works,
the arcology.
Now, that all sounds good right now, but I'm not sure how it's going to go this time around. Anyway, I got the SimCity Jones, I tell you. The Jones! And it's a madness. I love their introductions. I love that last bit where they put the SimCity stuff up. Bum, 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 bum. Hey, good morning, afternoon, or evening. It is morning here. Yeah, morning here. Thanks for tuning in. I hope you're having a great day. You're putting a big smile on my face. You're like a guardian angel. I mean that most sincerely, truly. Okay, so as you see, we're not rolling in the money, but we're doing great. After all building this up and almost going bankrupt, we're back to over 1 million simoleons. We've just put another community college over here, and they need to get that running ASAP, because we need to create, well, what we want is I want this tech level to rise. These 3 yellow cogwheels on the bottom here, and despite having libraries for them, they have enough shopping that they're not using the libraries as much. So if they have a place to shop, they don't go. But early on, if you don't have the money to set up the infrastructure for commercial, put down libraries. You don't have to put down a grade school or a high school, and it will increase slowly but surely. Man, we lost some of our we lost tech level. How do you lose it? It's in the way that you lose it. I don't think that's what he says. Yeah, they're only teaching 209. And this is supposed to increase the tech level of nearby industry. Extrudu donut. Not enough workers. Nope. Not increasing tech level yet, but it's now working. 42 students are there. One of the most valuable buttons I've found is on this menu. You click the little shield. I'm sorry. This one. The region view. And this button right here. Workers. And then these 3 filters over here. Finding that was kind of a revelation. I am slow. 679 open low wealth jobs. 1,497 total low wealth jobs. 818 total low wealth workers. And then you can check them out over here too. In that city. 2,632 open low wealth jobs. $4,069 open low wealth. And so I think that's been a lot of the reason why I have completely failed at figuring out the commuting thing. Because I've discovered recently that, man, even the parks use workers, and there's always these open jobs everywhere. So when I'm thinking, well, I need to get them over here, there's usually more jobs that need to be filled over there first. Nobody's unemployed, though. There's medium wealth. $1,215 open medium wealth jobs. High wealth. 263 open high wealth. 83, 198. Shoppers. Norwich Hills has medium wealth goods to sell. Use the region wall to ask your neighbors to zone for medium wealth residential. Now, I never did the multiplayer, and so I honestly don't know what the heck she's talking about. Use the region wall. Ask your neighbors to zone for medium wealth residential. That'd be cool. That'd be cool in The Sims. We don't necessarily have to multiplay, like I'm gonna play with my group of friends, but more like, again, put it in the cloud, something like that. That I don't know. Freight. 2,424 freight order shipping. $2,729 unfulfilled freight orders per day. Wow. Same over here. 4,257 unfulfilled per day. Unsent rate per day. Total freight per day. Education. 31 students are, I believe, commuting over here. Probably to that community college. One train connection, one train connection. Never really done the Omega stuff. Volunteer extra Omega company trucks. Control net trading and gifting. So, cool. I like this. How do you change the value? 1.21 million. Well, how do you change that? I don't want to send it or send something. How do you dial in what you want? Beautiful. That I don't know about. I don't know. I don't know enough to know that. Do the other cities actually need fuel? Well, let me look it up real quick. Give me a moment here. Time is it? 15 minutes after the hour. Okay, so fuel. I'm waiting an answer from Bing right at the moment. It says it's got something, but it's hanging. Nope. That was the SimCity wiki. Let's see. Let's try it again. It is trying to connect again. Nope. Oh, there it goes. SimCity 2013 wiki. Fuel. Fuel is one of the 10 commodities traded on the global market. It is produced from purifying oil in fuel distillation unit of an oil refinery. Fuel is used in the construction of space center grade work. Gotcha. So we're not going to need it. I mean, we can sell it. But ultimately, we're not going to need it. What I'm going to need... One of these cities has to have 58,000 people in it. We're going to need 2,800 tons of metal. Now, we've got the ore for it, and we can throw some smelters down and do it that way. Or in the long run, you can add a metal... I don't know what they call it. A metal processing room at the recycle plants. So you can do plastics, alloys, and metal. So we could start gathering metal that way. And we should do that then sooner than later. Go into our recycle plants and add a metal collector. Okay, back to that. 1,000 tons of alloy. That's not a whole lot, I don't think. And this is where it gets a little tough. 60,000 crates of televisions. 60,000. And this is all for putting together our arcology. I had no idea that it could possibly hold 60,000 people in one arcology. Actually, let me look that up too. SimCity 2000 featured 4 arcologies. They were available once the player reaches a population of 120,000 Sims, and once the player is in the year when they are invented. They have a rating from F to A. Arcologies used to be like the coolest thing ever. Let's see what it says for the 2013 version. It's trying to make it its way back to that one wiki page again. I see, so it was redirecting. Still taking its sweet time, though. Arcology creates traffic issues, bringing in unneeded commuters looking for work. Obviously a bug. Once fixed, it might be a useful, great work. Well, if it's got 60,000 people, I don't know. I've never gotten into a great work site. So, you know, you don't just want to plop an arcology. You want to make sure that it has all the enough mass transit to try to keep people off the road. And you have to have them commute. I mean, maybe I don't know if it's going to take up the whole radius. I don't know. But if not, man, have plenty of jobs around it, I guess. But they were the coolest thing ever in the earlier iterations of SimCity. So, I have an unfulfilled aspiration, just like a sim. I have yet to build one of those. So until I do, I've got the Jones. Hey, it's 21 minutes after the hour on a Sunday morning. It sounds good for breakfast today. I've had a craving lately for wanting cream of wheat. That's some good stuff. You know, if you fix it up a little bit. Sometimes just straight out and follow the plain old instructions. It's like, what is this paste? You gotta add some things to it, do some things, and all of a sudden it becomes, oh my god, this is magical. Same with malto meal. I haven't had that in a long time. You remember malto meal? Have you ever had it? Especially like didn't they have like a chocolate malto meal? I swear I can taste it now. I mean, that's like it's so different. You don't forget the taste. It's not bad at all. Hey, actually, let me pause real quick. Let's see if anybody's in the chat. There are people here this morning. I've got a great story for you, and I'm going to post I need to open up another instance of YouTube, and I'm going to try to get a link to, I'm going to type this in here. Tribal People Try. If you're a YouTube person, you might already know that channel. You might already be subscribed. Tribal People Try. And it is these gentlemen that everybody's copying and doing their own, trying to do their own tribal people try stuff. But the ones in, let me see here. Dun, dun, dun. Tribal People Try. Okay. The Tribal People Try are a couple of Pakistani gentlemen that over the last, I don't know, 2 years or more, they've been trying foods from around the world. And it's one thing when you're watching like Irish people try. They're very much like us. There's not a whole lot of difference between us and them. And so when they're trying things, it's like, yeah, well, we have that too. They have that too. Their reactions are what you would expect. But with people that have never eaten certain Western foods and are encountering these foods for the first time, you get some amazing reactions. And that's what made us fall in love with it. But what I want to get to is I'm talking about cream of wheat. So you're typing it in, Tribal People Try cream of wheat. Okay. And you're going to see a gentleman staring at a box of cream of wheat, and now he's got a little red hat on, and it says Tribal People Try, and it's Mr. Chaudhry. It opens up with Mr. Chaudhry, and the guy's asking him, "What do you eat for breakfast, Mr. Chaudhry?" And he's like, "Pratha, rusk, and bread. Our breakfast contains most of that. I eat roti in breakfast." Then they've got Rana Nadim, and it says people in foreign. Let me rewind it. People in foreign. Here, let me get the link. So much better if you just have the link. Tribal people try. You don't have to trust me for the link in the chat room if you don't want to. That's cool. Because you can always go to open up another YouTube window and tribal people try cream of wheat, and you'll see what I'm talking about. So Mr. Rana comes up in about 31 seconds. And the announcer says, come on. People in foreign countries consume cereals which are made with wheat. He says, really? And then they switch over to Tahir and Gul Shur. They quickly jump between those two gentlemen. And it says, rewind it a bit. With audio. Is it something like porridge? They've got Pakistani text on the bottom. Here, doctors advise porridge to the patients. Tony and Christine sent these cereals to you. They have admired your beautiful character and praised you and your family. Thank you very much. Anyway, they're looking at postcards. They're looking at postcards from Colorado and Colorado Springs. And they're fiddling with Denver Broncos keychains. I'm the one who sent them the cream of wheat. Me and Christine. And I'm the one who bought them the Colorado keychains with the Denver Broncos stuff, and most expensive package I've ever sent in my life. And it was worth it. Some of the comments they make about eating cream of wheat. Well, they need a bunch of halal stuff, and I didn't know what to send, and I needed to send something that would ship well and wouldn't go bad. And again, you get the halal thing, and I thought multi-meal to start with. And I guess they use some stuff in it that multi-meal isn't halal. But cream of wheat was just fine. So I sent them two kinds. I don't know if I don't remember if they reviewed both of them. The plain cream of wheat and the one with the brown sugar. Yeah, I think there's the one where he breaks out the brown sugar one. Yeah. And I specifically sent them instructions that, look, I told him in the letter, if you just eat this, serve it to them without, dolling it up a little bit, it might not come across that well. Like, you really need to throw some butter and milk in there. And man, if you could serve it with the side of toast and tell them to dip the toast, the way we eat it, they're going to go crazy. And they really didn't. And they're like, this is stuff we serve to diarrhea patients. This is good for old people. Hilarious. Anyway, that was my contribution to the Tribal People Try channel on YouTube. Now I'm craving the cream of wheat even more. I know we've got some around. Let's get back in there and find out what month we're in. We're in March. Year 3. Let's go over here. Come on, tech level. What month? February. Okay. We got to speed it up for a bit. Come on, education level. Haven't added any grade schools or high schools. We've almost maxed out education level. But now I want these tech levels to increase. Okay, now as we zoom in here, you're going to, you know, we're starting to get some traffic. Even though I've got everything on dirt roads for the most part. You see that based on the worker stuff, the data we were just looking at a few minutes ago, we need to increase these populations dramatically. The open jobs are crazy. So we're gonna have to start changing the streets and upgrading the streets so that areas increase in density. But by doing so, as they move around to get to work, they're going to start creating horrible traffic problems for us. But the beautiful promise of the high-tech stuff, if we can get our high-tech levels up, is that we can start putting high-tech industrial really close to their homes. Like right across from this library, with a high-tech building, a high-tech job, I can put it right here, and all of the Sims that want to work there, go work there, they'll just walk there. And so that's the strategy I need. I mean, they're close enough here, they might walk to some of these. That's shopping. Okay. But these jobs are entirely too far away for them to walk to. You see how when I click that, all the little yellow icons over the buildings, they want workers. They want me to increase the densities and get more people moved into the city. But I'm very reluctant to at the moment until the tech levels are a little bit higher. And then I can start moving some of those jobs closer to them. So as long, and try to get some of the residential shifted closer to them. So if they can shop and work within walking distance, they will, and they'll all stay off the road. And that's exactly what we need to have happen. Every one of those guys, every one of these cars, look at, they're already, that's not so bad because they're on dirt roads. But it's going to become crazy. So between them and all the dump trucks and service vehicles and trade depot vans running around and the recycle people running around, the garbage truck people, you know, your garbage truck people, they stop in front of every house. So as the garbage trucks are moving through your neighborhood, if you've got a whole bunch of cars and a bunch of people that want to go to work, your dump trucks will cause huge traffic jams. Your garbage trucks. So restructuring to keep things close. Now they're starting to get testing closed down because I'm not upgrading. We're closing. Not enough workers. I should really move these guys off this main road and just move them back a tiny bit because they're increasing to high density. And they're putting pressure on everybody else and taking jobs away from everybody else. So what I mean is, D-zone. blow up the outside world. Yet maybe, well, we'll go back to low density. Sometimes it wants to be touchy. Okay, you. Fine. All right, so getting it off the main road, lowering the back to a low density road and rebuilding again. Same thing with these. They want to expand they're right on the main road, and I really didn't care. I wanted them these to expand, but now not so much. So what I can do is now move them over here. Well, let's move them where the ground's already dirty, I suppose. Well, it doesn't matter. Whatever. I have so many darn jobs out there, though. Probably don't need to add any more at the moment. Where are we at? March. So what are your plans for today? Anybody going to be barbecuing? So I felt earlier, this has nothing to do with The Sims or SimCity, but I felt like I gained a level earlier today as a human sim. I guess that's kind of an oxymoron. Either way, I felt like I gained a level in cooking. So if you watch cooking programs, eventually you're going to hear somebody say, okay, and then I made a balsamic reduction. And now I know why they're happy. So if you manage to do all your cooking right and you manage not to burn anything, when it comes to the deglazing process and then creating a reduction, right? Provided that, yeah, you haven't burnt anything and there's nothing going to be horribly bitter and everything is done right. And then when you go get to that point where, this is where I add my balsamic vinegar in and arrive at an end result that doesn't taste like something horrible, right? So you hear the process and, you know, over the years trying to, like, you know, arrive at something tasty at the end, just not always there, because again, there's other steps through the process that you got to make sure go right. Make a long story short, I made a good syrupy balsamic vinaigrette reduction last night, and it was fantastic. Christine, quick, come to the kitchen and try this. So yeah, you ever feel like you gain a level at something? So that was Ineas going up to level 5 or 6. So now I know what fond is. I know what deglazing is. And now I know that from there you can go to reduction. And the stages of reduction. You know, light are really syrupy. And, of course, being a YouTuber, watch a lot of different cooking shows, cooking people. And there are these two gentlemen, which right off the top of my tongue, I'm not getting their names. Anyway, two English gentlemen that own a restaurant in London, I believe. And they produce a lot of content. And I think they would be happy to know that their cooking techniques, well, them two and Ramsey, I mean, everybody's produced how to cook a sirloin right, you know, a pan fried and techniques. And but I think they would be proud to know that I actually broke out a thermometer and hit 130 and did it exactly right and everything was fine. Developing the crust. Where are we at? Oh, we're losing negative 208,039. I have to start increasing density. I think I was being cool mayor though, and I think I dropped all their taxes down, feeling bad for them. Yeah. All right. Well, where do we want to increase density then? The rich. Can be a little tedious if you don't pre-plan. Okay, is that everything in that area? All right, so the wealthy people don't dramatically increase their populations. So I say now before looking. Yeah. 8. So with the other groups, the low wealth and medium wealth, when one plot upgrades to higher density, right now it's usually 2 adults, 2 children, sometimes up to 5, but basically 2 adults, 2 children, 2 adults, 2 children. There's 4 lots right there. As soon as this upgrades to a medium density lot, it can go as high as 60 people plus kids. So yeah. So all of a sudden, one block, 500 people. So unless you're aware of that, and then again, that's just medium density. And that's where I end up usually imploding, is I'm not, you know, not taking the time to look at things at that level and upgrading just willy-nilly, you know, and not knowing exactly how many people are going to show up. And the next thing you know, you've got 10,000 people, and if you're not prepared for that, all of a sudden, and you don't have enough money in the bank, now you've got to upgrade the sewage treatment plant, upgrade the water pumping station, increase the electrical output, just everything, the cascade. So, looks like this. Another thing, this road right here, if I just upgrade this stretch to medium, the front of these houses and these houses are on the same one. So kind of what I was doing earlier is getting our tool here and changing the direction. We want that side to be the front. Whoops. Got to de-zone this side. That one turned and is using that face. Didn't really want that to happen. Same here. Like it switched directions and it's using this as their front. Yep. Nope. So the bad thing about that is I have to wait now for them to increase density again before they actually jump up to medium wealth. And that's, again, bad planning. I get in a hurry and I just fill in the whole square and I'm not thinking about which face is gonna take off. These are not needed.
There's one of the garbage trucks. See what I mean? They go, they stop. How they're going to create traffic jams? Just slow down. That's a recycle truck. So it goes back to, if those guys are moving around and the garbage trucks are moving around and other vehicles, service vehicles are moving around, especially these because they stop it all the time in front of every place. And so if you've got all these people out on the road taking off for work and stuff, you're going to create massive traffic jams. Brings us back to, let's look at our education level. Dang it. The tech level is not increasing. Well, actually it is. It's almost one full cogwheel. So I just need to be more patient, I guess. But once the tech level takes off, then again we can start moving industry close into residential and give them a place to work right in the center of where they live. And we have to wait for high tech, because if we don't, this happens. Ground pollution, air pollution, bad news. Then your Sims get all sick. If you keep it light and take it slow, you can actually start that way. So I have done cities where I'm building it, and so I'll lay it out and then I'll go do something like this where find a road. Okay, so a group of houses, 1, 2, 3, put down just enough for one commercial slot, and then, but you actually need 4 of these to make anything happen. I don't think I have, here, get all out. And as long as you're really not much further, like 8 away. So let's say we got a house there, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You know, around here is where they stop losing interest to walk. About 8 squares. So if I put something, well, let's say I move the library, whatever, and put it right in here. Then it's still close enough for them to encourage them to walk to work. So you can do that. And in the early game, just try to not overload on the industry. So really leave those 8 squares on either side. So remember, that is either way, leave enough room and spread it out so that you don't choke your people early on with
too much pollution, but right away try to build up to high tech and get them converting over to cleaner plots as fast as possible. So these are actually taking off. So yeah, these people here, they will go to the closest place to work and the closest place to shop and be totally content. And won't ever use the road. I suppose unless there's tour, whatever, you know, what inspires them to go someplace else? I don't know. Probably touristy stuff, or they might want to leave town and go, I don't know, check out a venue someplace else. Where were we? Do we still have to add a whole bunch of people? Taxes are too high. Taxes are down. But I'm only seeing that building and that building wanting people. Well, that one too. Okay, and that one. So we can come back over here and try to... And that one. And that one. Okay. So back to upgrading. So none of their faces are on the side road here or here. And so I want to increase the speed of them coming off the highway to get here. So it's okay for those to be high density. Same with these. Yeah, their faces are on that road. So these little stretches can be high density. Oh. Lebanon to you too, brother. Leaving those just to be medium. So I don't want to go too crazy. Where are we at? May, year 3. But let me speed it up a bit. But I don't want to go too crazy right now. Because again, each one of these can now go from 2 people to 60 people. So... So we have 7,000, 6,950. Yeah, so every one of these could now go from 2 people to 60 people. See? 3 residents, 4 residents, 2 residents, 20 residents. 60 residents, 40 residents, 40. We just went from 7,000 people to 7,639. 7,000, we just went to 8,275 people. We just lost some too. 8,211 people. 8,532. So, as you see, upgrading one street with double facing sides. These guys didn't though. I may have made the street width too close and that this group of people doesn't want to expand, they can't. Let's see. We're ready to expand. We're ready to expand. Usually it'll say not enough room. That might be enough. I don't know. But let's see what happens. Not enough room to increase density. Okay. So, yeah, as I thought, this road right here now and these people, they're too close to expand. So we need to, and good thing they're mostly, well, I was gonna say, we turned them around and based them this direction. Now I don't want them to go back the other direction. So by removing that street and turning these people around, spawn this way. Now they have the room to expand. 900, 476, 9,509. We're gonna have a decrease as they're knocking down and rebuilding. $10,771 people. Sims. So yeah, one little road with double facing and huge population increase. So be really careful about that, because in a minute here, we might start having other issues. Like, we're going to need more sewer capacity, we're going to need more water, we're going to need more something. SimCity, you're always going to need something. Good thing is we're still in the positive, making 1,022 an hour, and we're over 2 million simoleons. Oh. Excuse me. And it's a little off the top of the hour. Please give me a minute or two, and I will be right back. Do you ever get a Jones to play something you haven't played in a long, long time? Well, I have a SimCity 2013 Jones. It's been nagging at me for days. So I reinstalled it from the EA app, but I'm not sure that I'm happy about that. It's a madness, I tell you. A madness. It's going to consume up entirely too much of my time. You see all this fancy stuff they're displaying in this intro teaser? Well, I always seem to implode before I ever get to the fancy future stuff. I think I develop too fast, get too impatient, get a little too crazy with trying some things. So my Jones wants me to try to take it a bit slower on the development and pay close attention to the basics of population growth and basic resource demands. I want to try to get multiple cities working together, buying and selling resources and goods, then work up to regional transportation, then work up to all the future fancy stuff, and then maybe even, finally, create one of the great works. Now, that all sounds good right now, but I'm not sure how it's going to go this time around. Anyway, I got the SimCity Jones, I tell you. The Jones! And it's a madness. A madness indeed. It is madness. Happy Sunday to you. You remember that band, The Sundays? They're a cute little sounding band back in the 90s. Yeah, happy Sunday to you. Thank you for tuning in. So, my title for this live stream is one, I still have the Jones, and we're doing pretty good. But I also put up that, you know, SimCity can save the Sims franchise. And so this was kind of my opening monologue. Goes a little something like this. So out on my main page, I'm seeing a lot of posts going up today declaring the Sims 4 is dying, dead, and Sims 4 a dead end, and such. And statements of EA Maxis better shift in a high gear and deliver a better Sims with ... Then a stream of wants and demands for the Sims that sound a lot to me like what we want for the Sims is SimCity, Streets of SimCity, SIMCOPTER, SIMTOWER, Societies, SPORE. We want smarter Sims again. We want our Sims to matter. We want the world to become more alive. Surprisingly, in my opinion, that is exactly what the creator, MAXIS and EA promised to deliver to the community after SimCity 2000 was released in the late 90s. Then, never did. Now, after more than 30 years, it seems to be all coming back to haunt them. Potentially, they're about to be carved off the Pantheon and thrown into the mud. They made bad decisions to split off the Sims into its own little thing, rather than letting them tie into SimCity and all the other Sim titles that could have, and seemingly still can, delivered the bigger picture. The bigger picture gameplay experiences the Sim community is now wanting. It's my story and I'm sticking to it. What do you think about that? True? Untrue? It'll happen? It won't happen? Place your bets. I've been placing that bet for 30 years now. Waiting. Seeing moments of true brilliance, and then, oh, but the engines aren't compatible. And now the engines are compatible, and now, well, we're gonna go with the mobile thing, and Project Renee may not mean bringing back SimCity, and I don't know. Anyway, just so you know, there are lots of old school Maxis players out there that have been waiting for decades for it to happen. So we feel you, Sims community, especially you younger folks who they've that's the thing about not doing anything in 30 years. Now this group of kids, this generation of people playing The Sims, they weren't even born yet when when EA and Maxis were making promises of all that to us. So they don't even, most people in the Sims community, when they're asking for stuff, they don't even realize they're asking for SimCity. They're like, we want to do this. We want to be able to do this. We want to be able to do that. And again, that's what I hear. What I hear is, we want SimCity. I want to drive my car. You want Streets of SimCity. I want to build a skyscraper. You want SIMTOWER. I want to build a unique resort in more thematic places. You want Societies. See what I'm getting at? Everything that Maxis has created in the past that was supposed to all tie in is the answer to what everybody wants now. And the good thing about it is they own all those properties. And for the life of me, why they haven't managed to leverage it all, I don't know. There isn't a whole lot of stuff compute-wise that's stopping them from doing anything like that today. All right. Back up to 1,023 an hour. We're going to have 11,786 Sims. Let's check our jobs. We have still, even with that increase in population, we still have 3,336 open low wealth jobs. 1,057 medium wealth jobs. 230 high wealth jobs. That's a lot of people. So 230 high wealth, 1,000 medium, 3,000 low wealth. Well, we know we can get it after we just did one street. Qualify for our great work and to be able to start work on the arcology and unlock it, we are going to need one of these three cities to go to 58,000 people. It's a prerequisite to unlock the Great Works lot. Look at the very bottom. Well, not the very bottom. Next to the bottom. In orange. City in the region with 58,000 residents. We're going to need 1 million simoleons. We're going to need, and I don't know after you open it, do you need this? I don't know if you need this up front or you can, after you unlock it, you can start sending the stuff over. I can't imagine how many trade depots you need to hold 60,000 crates of TVs. 1,000 tons of alloy. 2,800 tons of metal. All right, what month is it? August, year 3. Time to move. The good thing is I've been thinking about that as, you know, our goal, and have already started setting up the infrastructure to help facilitate that. We're going to need freight shipping. We're going to have to move all those TVs and metal and alloy. So we're going to need a large trade port, which I've got going on here, and hooked to the rail system. We have, right at the moment, a large open trade depot for freight. I've got another one over here just for alloys and plastic at the moment, and I might need a couple more of those. We said we needed to add a metals line to our recycle center.
We are only making 335 an hour though. A metal line, 400 an hour. Forgot to do that in Clearwater before we left. And yeah, I'm going to need a metal storage. All right. And for right now, we can export it. All right, same thing here. I'm gonna need a ton more people moving in. What's going on here? Just a bunch of junkyards. Everything's falling though. Residential demand is falling. Commercials falling. Only medium commercial is a little bit up. Oh, almost coming up a tiny bit. Because I laid it in, this whole area is a mess. I just had it autofill. I don't know that any of these will expand now because they're so close together. Impatience, man. "19 minutes after the hour." You know what? I'd better wrap it up. People are starting to fall off, and I'm starting to get it, and I'm starting to get really tired. I can't thank you enough from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much. You put a big smile on my face. You made my world tonight by sticking around and checking this out and listening to me rant, and yeah. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. So I'm gonna run off and get some rest, and then later today, I don't know about you, but Sunday's usually like yard work and other things like that. And then I'm gonna be itching to get back doing this, and I'll be downloading The Sims again with every expansion pack there is, I think. And getting back into that, I have some things I want to try. I'm getting to Jones for that again. All right. Save this.
All right. So, yeah. Thank you for tuning in, and I will see you soon. Please like and subscribe. Thank you for the likes this morning. Really appreciate it. So, if you want to know when I'm going to be on again, do that like and subscribe thing. Dun, dun, dun. This has not been a Quinn Martin production. Not brought to you by Velveeta cheese or any cheese product, really. Not brought to you by any corporate sponsorship whatsoever. So if you happen to be a corporate entity and would like to sponsor, that'd be great. Other than that, no sponsors.